was arrested. They found her underneath the tracks. She's got a gun.
The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light. Topping up, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast feel so unreal. YouTube madness like shares of fly. Tracks on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
Janie's got a shovel. The whole world comes undone. They found when Janie got arrested. They found her underneath the tracks. Okay, that's my best Aerosmith impersonation. What is up, my beautiful people? It appears that Janie's interview has finally leaked onto the internet, and we're going to be going over that today. Some of the things that Daniel's mother had to say, and you know, it's hard for me to be mean to an older woman that sounds upset, because then I come off as a big old a-hole, okay? But before we go into this, I want to clearly let y'all know, I don't believe a word of this. I mean, there may be some truth in it, but it's pretty much the same story that Daniel and Durwood have been spreading, okay? So tonight, Janie's got a shovel. The interview, we're going to listen to it. But first, I'm going to need you to leave your DNA on the like button just in case you go missing in the hills of Tennessee, the backwoods of Nova Scotia, or somewhere in between, okay? So make sure y'all like the video so I don't have to say it 1,000 times like a used car salesman. Just do me a favor, okay? All right? It's easy. It's free. Also, if you're brand new out there, sub up, ring the bell for notifications, and feel free to share my ugly face on any social media. As long as it's not Pornhub, okay? I don't think they even have an ugly category, right? Helena, thank you so much for jumping on the Dolly train. The Blessed Express. Okay. So as y'all see at the top of the chat, I have a link posted. It's my Give, Send, Go link because we're getting ready to hit the road. Well, Dolly is. I'm going down to Florida to cover the Maddie Soto case. And if you ain't familiar with Maddie Soto, she was unalived by Stephen Stearns. Her mom, Jen Soto, threw her to the wolves, basically. And I'm going down there so I can see justice and bring you guys live justice firsthand. So if you got a couple extra bucks that you dug out your couch or in the cup holder of your car, hit up that link, donate to that link because that goes into a fund that helps me pay for like the hotels and food and stuff like that. Now it's a difference between me staying in a crack hotel and me staying in a hotel that don't got bed bugs. So if you got a couple extra bucks, help your boy Dolly out. Okay. And thank you. And for everybody that has donated to that link, thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. Now, let me give my warnings. Dolly Vision's for entertainment purposes only. We talk news, rumors, gossip, speculation, theories, mixed with a little bit of comedy and a whole lot of chaos. Okay? So don't take nothing here as fact. It's just my opinion, people. Completely satire, speculation. The callers today, their opinions are theirs and theirs alone, not to reflect on the Dolly. Don't get me sued, Jenna B. Okay? Yes. You know, now this Mr. Big stuff I've just recently learned about. Okay. Let me share this real fast so y'all can hear the super chats as they come in. I learned about this Mr. Big that they set up these stings in Canada. But before we get any farther, everyone is innocent to proven guilty in a court of law. Even Daniel, Malaya, Janie's got a shovel. Everybody involved in this, Durwood's son, the whole circus, the lions, the tigers, and the bears are innocent to proven guilty in a court of law. And the biggest one of them all, and I think everybody on the internet knows this by now, don't try to be Dolly at home. Cable, thank you so much. You guys are absolutely awesome. And also, Jenna B, when I think of Dinkus having a new chick, I can't help but think of Mr. Big Sting, because who would want to be with him? Well, Malaya was with him, and Malaya's a pretty girl. So I mean, maybe he's smooth, right? Smooth operator, right? Maybe he's like Larry Flint or something, you know? Maybe he's like Hugh Hefner, and he's like, yo, come over to my Playboy trailer, okay? Instead of mansion. It's the Playboy trailer. All the little bunnies are hopping around in the front, right? Little bunnies hopping around. I don't know. He must have some game. He's been hanging out with JLR is what I think it is. Okay. He's smooth. He's just a smooth ass dude. All right. Breaking news. I'm playing. I got jokes today. All right. So anyway, you know, Janie came out the other day on a Facebook group and she gave a little interview and she answered questions. And it was hard to find this, right? And find all of it because people were posting little pieces of it. So PJ, your great producer, went together, found all the pieces, put it all together like a big jigsaw puzzle. And we're going to play it mostly in its entirety. I still think we're missing one little piece of it at the end. But for the most part, we got 17 minutes of the interview for you guys. Okay. And she comes off pretty hostile, okay? Pretty hostile. Like she's angry, you know, and she don't, you know, she talks about the fight and you know how they had to fight and we heard from the stepsister that it was over drugs. She never mentions what the fight was over. She said RCMP asked them what they were fighting about and she said she didn't know what they were fighting about. She clearly knew because when they told her that Daniel was in there doing, you know, praying to the Methodist church, okay, she kicked them off the property. There was no, she did 3 hours. Well, we got 17 minutes of the good shit, okay? Be happy. Don't be a hater, okay? Don't be a hater. It was hard work getting these 17 minutes. We had to go through 37 channels, 14 Facebook groups, and fight a midget, okay, just to get this, all right? And you're going to downplay it like that? How dare you? Okay. So we learn a lot that, you know, she's taking up for her son and she don't want to admit that her son is reading the Methodist Bible. Okay. She don't want to admit it. Right. He's at the altar when he's in the bathroom by himself. Okay. So let's jump into this. Let's play this. Let's break it down. And I got the best 17 minutes of them all. Okay. Love it. Like it. And like the video while you're at it. All right. Let's do it.
On May 1st, nobody was here. On May 2nd, when Jack and Lily disappeared, the people that stayed here on May 2nd was Malaya's two great aunts and Malaya's grandmother stayed the night. On that Friday, May 2nd, the ones that were in the trailer, which was a family reunion, was Malaya's mother, Cindy, Malaya's grandmother, Patty, Malaya's aunt, I don't know her name, I never met her, Malaya's two great aunts, I never met them, and Cindy's boyfriend. We're all in the big trailer eating.
Okay, you hear, not to interrupt it, but you hear her underlying tone of her voice. It's anger, right? Jenny slipped up a lot in this. Yeah, I think she did too. She kind of skirted around some of the questions and she didn't want to face the reality. She knows she's, I don't want to be too hard on the lady, right? Because she breaks down and she starts crying. And then if I'm kind of hard on her, then, I look like a big old meanie that's mean to older grandmas. And I'm totally not. It's just, I don't believe the story and I don't know a nice way to really say that, right? I just don't, I'm sure I don't even know if she's a good person. So I can't say that. She sounds like an angry woman who's taken up for her son that's not telling the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God. And yeah, that's the nicest way I can say it.
Drinking coffee. I don't believe any of them went out searching.
Daniel's mom.
On that Saturday, after everybody left, after the fight or the altercation at the end of the driveway, everybody left. Except Malaya's grandmother, Patty, was here, and she was going to stay the night. But I think it was Corey, Haley's boyfriend, came and took her. She did not want to leave. But Corey came and took her, and they all left. There was nobody here after that when everybody left on Saturday evening.
Okay, that's one clip
She
of
told
it.
me that if I interfered in her investigation, she'd have me removed off the property. I told her.
Thank you,
There's a
Helena.
dog in there. If she didn't even give me the chance to tell me to take my dog out of there. She started shooting off to me.
Shooting off.
Then let the searchers search my trailer. Malaya let them search my trailer. And on Sunday morning, Mason and 3 other people come in. And
now, hold on. She explains why the shovel was in the driveway. Now, do you believe her or not? Now, listen, I was told that I cannot say anything mean about a little old lady. Okay. I can't say nothing mean, but y'all can. Okay. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I got to be nice. Okay. I was told directly by the producer, listen, this is sensitive. Some people may believe her. Be nice. And I was like, well, I got to be honest with my people that I don't believe her story, but I won't be mean to the little old lady. Okay. I won't do that. I'm going to be respectful, but I can't control what y'all say. Okay. I can't control what y'all say about it, but I got to watch my words closely. All right. Or I will not get fed tonight.
searched my trailer. They even checked my washer spinner. So I did not refuse to let them search my trailer. I just told Officer Mason there was a dog in there. My dog was protecting his property, and I was scared if she went in there, my dog would have done something. Not that he would have, but you don't know when somebody enters your property.
Now, she has a big ass wolf dog, right? A big ass. She ain't got like a little chihuahua and like a little Frenchie like me. She has a big ass wolf dog.
Without a dog knowing. It was just for her safety and my dog's safety. So if people can't understand that, then they don't know anything about dogs. My dog has lived a quiet life here, and all of a sudden I have all these search and rescue people here, all cops, helicopters, drones. My dog is got so much anxiety in him, he's losing his hair. I had him to the vet. The vet told him as long as I was stressed out, my dog would be stressed out. So it had nothing to do with me not letting them search my RV. I was just the safety of the officer and for my dog. And as far as the cupboard goes, I had nothing in the cupboard. I do not do drugs.
Mother Hubbard with nothing in the cupboard. That ain't me, PJ. That ain't me. You need some stuff in the cupboard, woman. Do we need to donate a couple canned goods to you? A little food drive for Janie's got a shovel.
I do not have guns. I don't do any shit like that. So there's your answer to the cupboard. There's your answer to the RCMP not searching my trailer. They have searched my trailer 3 times.
That's a little ass trailer to have to search 3 times. You know what I'm saying? You can walk in it and look around, whole trailer searched.
Oh, and by the way, I do not accept friends' requests. So
Some dog food, maybe. Now, you heard what she said. She does not accept friends' request. So don't even send her one. Okay? Granny mean, ain't she? Damn, Granny. I want it to be your friend. I was going to send you a little Facebook message with a little hug emoji, and join up, like subscribe to your little Facebook. But now I know not to friend request you because you won't accept me. Okay, just like the rest of the internet, don't accept me. I feel the love. All right, there's a little pause on this.
My dog does not like Lily's loud scream, just like any dog would not like Lily's loud scream. I can't stand Lily's loud scream. If you watched her birthday party,
wow,
the way she screamed, could you stand Lily's scream?
Yes, I could. If she was my daughter, I would love every little syllable that came out her mouth. Okay, I listen to my daughter scream at me all the time, and I still love her. Right? So she's throwing shade on the kids. Okay, lady, now ain't the time to air out your complaints on Lily. Okay, maybe you should have waited to do that, to not throw shade on the little girl while she's missing. Could you stand her screaming? Yeah. If she was my kid, I wouldn't have no choice. All right. I would try to get her to stop screaming. If you raise your kids right, they shouldn't be sitting there screaming
all the time. My dog reacts. My dog tells me when there's people in the yard. My dog tells me when the kids are outside. My dog is really sensitive because he's so used to being all alone here for the last for whatever the kids showed up here 2 years ago. My dog has been used to quietness. When Jack and Lily moved in here, my dog got more sensitive to sounds because of the kids yelling, screaming. So yes, my dog is very sensitive to Lily's scream and Jack screaming or talking.
I don't know. That kind of sounds a little bit shade. Yes, Lily's scream was loud. It was a little bit ear piercing, right? But here's my point about that. If they were missing, you would hear Lily screaming. Okay, you would hear the kid is loud. We all know she's loud. Okay, but it ain't like she sounds horrible. She don't sound like the nicest. little old lady in the world, you know, and we got to make sure she gets some stuff in her cupboards. Maybe that's why she's angry. She goes to the cupboard and there's really nothing there. And, you know, she seems more concerned about her big ass wolf dog than she does these kids, right? What are you feeding the wolf? The big bad wolf, all right? How do we know the big bad wolf didn't huff and puff and blow the trailer down? How do we know that, right? Them big ass dogs. How do we know dogs didn't get out, and the kids are out there, and it's just a big cover up because the dog attacked the kids or something? The dog don't sound real friendly, you know, and it barks, and you know it's sensitive to sound. And the Jack and Lily, I mean, I don't know. It gets worse.
I'm going to save you guys a little trouble about asking me questions. I'm going to start from Monday. Monday, the kids went to school. They came home from school. They were playing outside. Tuesday, they went to school. They were playing outside. Wednesday, they had an in-service. Daniel left at 12 o'clock with Malaya, Jack, Lily, and Meadow. They went to their grandmother's to do laundry. They get home at 10:30 that night. Thursday, they were in town. When they came home, I came out of the trailer. Jack was sitting beside the little playhouse digging worms with Lily. Jack said, "Granny, I found a worm. Found a centipede." I said, "Good boy. You keep looking." I went over and I started raking in front of my RV where I found Malaya standing. I was raking there some gravel out of the bank to smooth it out to put a swimming pool. That's the only thing I did, was break a little gravel out of the.
Why would you rake gravel to put a swimming pool? Wouldn't you put sand down to put up a swimming pool? Have you ever walked around on your pool and that shit be gravel? Right? Who puts a pool on gravel? You know, I just put up a pool. I had to rake the yard for 14 hours to get every pebble so there was no gravel under my pool, right? So why would she put a pool on gravel? That don't even make good sense. You jump in and bust your head open.
The bank to level it out for a swimming pool. The footprint was found right where I was leveling the ground out for the swimming pool. An investigator came and measured the little footprint to see if it was Jack or Lily's. That's the only footprint that was found.
And there's nothing about that house that says swimming pool. Okay. Somebody said, what if she was putting up an infinity pool that costs more than their whole property and trailers? Okay. Together. All right. The damn swimming pool costs more than a trailer.
So Friday morning, I get up at 6 o'clock, had my cigarettes and my cup of tea, went out at 7 o'clock and fed my chickens, came back in, went on Teamview. 9:48, my brother called me. Maybe it is easier for me to talk on this because I don't have to wait for your questions.
Reading something.
Okay, here's the thing about the
script. Chat GPT.
Okay, to save everybody trouble, here is what happened at the end of my driveway. The altercation. My brother, me and Justin were out on the four-wheeler. We were up at the pipeline. We were coming out at the road called the Matheson Road. Malaya called me on my phone. She called me at 3:32. I didn't.
You can hear her flipping through her notes. You hear the papers turning. You hear it, right? Is it just me? Anybody hear her flipping through the notebook? She's wrote this down, right? Daniel's like, all right, put this in there. Darwood's like, put this in there. They're reading the script. I've been saying that since Malaya gave her interview, that this shit is scripted. And they got it written down.
Answer because we were talking to a lady on her four-wheeler with a child. Then she called me back at 5:39. I answered the phone. She told me to get back here to the trailer. I said, what's up? She said, I can't tell you over the phone. So I came back here. Me and Justin came back here to the trailer.
Marlea was standing on the edge of the driveway, crying her eyes out. I went up and I put my arms around her and said, please don't tell me that they found the kids dead. Haley started shooting off about.
I know. Somebody said, you keep calling her old lady. She's probably your age. I'm a little old man. Okay. Don't bully me. Okay. Now you're bullying me. All right, PJ, get that person. They're bullying me about being a little old man. I'm one of them old men that lean over when they walk. Okay. With a cane. Don't judge. Okay. One day you will be old as me too. All right. That's why I'm trying to be nice, because we're the same age. Old as shit.
Something. And then I think it was Shelby. I'm not 100% sure. She started shooting off. I ordered them off my property. The police or the RCMP came and asked me what was going on, if there was a fight. I said there was no fight. I just ordered them off my property. He took me aside. He has it all video cammed. He took me aside and asked me what happened. I said, Malaya, exactly the same thing. Malaya called me. I came back here to the trailer. I thought the kids were dead. Then Haley and this other girl, I think it was Shelby, I can't be 100% right, started shooting off. I told them to get off my property.
Yeah, but what were they shooting off about there, Mrs. Daniel? No.
Noted my brother. Clearly Daniel wrote her notes.
Yes, Daniel wrote her notes. And she says the girl was popping off, right? She says shooting off. Here in America, we be like, yo, you're popping off at the mouth, right? You're popping off at the gums. But she don't specify what. She acts like she don't know what they were popping off about. She knows exactly what they were popping off about because the stepsister said it. She said that it was over a Methodist Bible that was found in the bathroom when Daniel came out. Okay, that he was in there doing the bam bam, watching every episode of Breaking Bad. And that's what they were fighting about. But she acts like she's brand new. I don't know what to fight. I just told him to get off my property for nothing. No, you didn't. They were out there saying your son is on the Methodist Bible. And you were like, no, he's not. He's Baptist. And it caused a big, huge fight from between the Methodist church and the Baptist church. And y'all scarred Jesus for life. And that's all I know.
Asked me what the altercation was about. I said I didn't know. I didn't listen to them. I wasn't.
You lying woman. Okay, little old lady, Mother Hubbard with nothing in the cupboard. You're lying. And that's me being nice, right? Grandma, you're lying now. Come on, Granny. Come on, Granny. Don't do us like that. Don't do it. Let's don't start our relationship off the first time we hear you lying like your son did. Come on, we can do better, Granny. We're at the age, you got to get into heaven just like Dolly. Now ain't the time to be lying because we don't know how long we got. Okay, we don't know. And you don't want the last thing you do to be is tell a lie. And then Jesus is like, well, the last thing you did was lie. Why should I let you in? Right? No, you want to tell the truth right now. When you get to a certain age, you better just come clean so you can be forgiven. Okay.
Fighting with anybody. I told him that the most important thing was to find Lily and Jack. He agreed with me. I did not order Maria off the property.
Let's all hop on the dolly. Steam locomotive emoji. Who's next?
Elena's challenging the $2 drive right there on the train, Blessed Express. You ain't rocking with the best unless you on the Express. All right. You know that? Did you know that? And also, guys, thank you for everybody. If you donate to my Give, Send, Go to help me do this trip, make sure you let me know. Put stop signs in the chat. That way I can pull it up and read your comment because it don't pop up like a super chat. And I can thank you personally, okay? Because every bit helps. And I'll be leaving in a week? I'll be going out into Florida in a week. So, and sweating. I hate humid and heat, but sacrifices have to be made, okay?
She was more than welcome to stay here. Her grandmother was even here, and her grandmother was going to stay the night. And I said, that is fine. Cindy is more than welcome to stay here. So I did not order Malaya off the property. What went on after they left, after the police left, and after they went to this briefing, I do not know what happened. I stayed here. I stayed here, and me and Justin went back out on the bike. So whatever happened after Haley and this other girl left. I don't know what happened. I was away with Justin on the bike. So
can you see the granny, okay, on a 4-wheeler, pulling wheelies like Little Wayne? You know what I'm saying? Bumping the Carter 3. I just can't see Granny getting it on the 4-wheeler through the damn ATV paths. But hey, maybe so. Maybe she's younger than me, right? She's on the 4-wheeler, just getting it. You know what I'm saying? Crocheting, doing a little knitting while she's on the 4-wheeler. You know, making a little baby blanket just in case they find the kids. Crazy. It's just crazy to me. I'm trying to picture it because I don't know what Janie looks like. She's 60. Is she really? Okay, good Lord. Okay. Can you imagine that though on the back of a 4-wheeler, like crocheting? You know? What is that needle point where you start? Yes. Oh my God. We're gonna find them, don't worry. As soon as I'm done with this blanket, I'm gonna hop off the 4-wheeler.
You have to get all your information from Daniel and Malaya about that because I do not know. And I'm going to clear up this thing about Belinda. Belinda said that she came and she said that I was crying and I blame myself for it. And this is the time that I would let the police in.
Guys, listen, if you older like me, I'm just picking and playing. It's all jokes. I'm old and crusty myself. I was just taking a shower and my back was hurting so bad. I went to bend over. I was like, oh my God, I feel like I'm going to die.
Steam locomotive emoji. Speedy emoji. Speedy emoji. Speedy emoji.
Thank you, Sweet Jones. Twice, right? You need 2 seats, right? You must have a new boo thing like Daniel. You need 2 seats on the train, okay? Or you just need room. Move, bitch. Get out my way, okay? Let's do it.
Said that I wouldn't let the police in my RV. Well, the reason why I was crying, Belinda, is I blame myself for not getting up that morning and seeing the
this
kids.
is the sad part.
Because whenever they're outside, I'm usually out there. I'm the one watching those kids. I watch those kids out in the yard every day.
Oh.
That's why I blame myself for not getting up that day. If I would have got up, this would have never happened. So that's why I was crying that day, Brenda.
Don't do it.
Is because I blame myself for not getting up for those kids.
Mm. You know, it just shows us right here, if she is telling the truth, right, that Daniel and Malaya never watched them kids when they were outside. Because she said she watched them kids for 2 years when they were in the yard. Right? She blames herself for not being up is the reason she's crying. And that's sad. You know, there may be some blame on herself. She may not know nothing, but she's still pushing her son's narrative. But she may not know nothing. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. And she could feel some type of guilt for what is going on. You know, I don't want to hear the woman cry, right? It's sad. And maybe she does feel guilty about something, but I don't believe the whole, you know, Malaya was at the street and she gave the kids away. And I don't believe all that.
And I'll tell you something else. And I don't care if you believe me or not. I would never, ever, ever let anything happen to those kids. I watched them for 2 years. I seen them day in and day out. What went on between Malaya and Daniel has nothing to do with me. I live here in the camper. They live in the trailer. What went on in there is none of my business. And when you have to call your kids or Jack and Lily's mother.
Thank you, Donna.
And tell them that Jack has his boots off and Jack has his coats off. Does that tell you?
Thank you, PJ.
That Malaya was
Nasty
watching
old
the kids.
granny is behind you. Run.
So
Run.
don't come down on me because they weren't my grandchildren, but that I do, and I do consider them my grandchildren. I don't care what anybody says. When they came into my life, they became part of my family. So if people doubt that, then they don't think very much of me, because I'm not that kind of a person.
Okay, let's see if there's more. I think there is. We had to get all the clips from different places and piece them together. She's crying.
No,
She's
I want to continue this. I want to get this all out of my system, and I want to tell you guys the truth. It really bothers me because I've been a grandmother for 9.5 years. In the last 2 months, I can't be a grandmother anymore. I'm not a grandmother. My grandchild, my oldest granddaughter's birthday was on the 25th of this month, and I couldn't even see her, all because of what happened. And I had nothing to do with it. But I am the one that is suffering. So is Jack and Lily. They don't know where they are. They don't know what's going on.
Jack and Lily don't know where they are. They don't know what's going on. Please hit that like button.
Please hit the like, thumbs up emoji, thumbs up emoji, thumbs up emoji to show your entertainer support for bringing us this content.
Thank you, Helena. Thank you. Thank you. You know, we only bring you the best. Okay. We only bring you the best around here at Dolly Vision. And listen, it hurts my heart to hear this woman cry. She's telling the truth. Like, you know, she may not know anything, but you know, she's still pushing that narrative. If you don't know anything, just say, I don't know anything. And I watch the kids. Don't, like, we already heard her throw shade on Lily, right? She's going to throw a lot of shade on Malaya, right? But she don't throw any responsibility on her son. None. And you listen, I'm sure if the house is there, if there's a problem, a domestic situation going on in the house, and they're fighting, you know, just hypothetically, it takes more than one person to fight and argue or for any of these problems to occur for the most part, right? So I'm sure Daniel has his responsibilities in this, but this is just another person putting it all on Malaya. Now, listen, I don't think Malaya is no saint. I think she's a horrible mother, in my opinion. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Like the worst mother of the year award would go to Malaya. Not searching for her kids, not begging and pleading for the safe return of her kids, going out partying like she's Casey Anthony, and just not giving a damn. No mother would be like that. I mean, there's mothers like that, yet ones that unalive their babies.
Well, Meadow doesn't know what's going on, and my other 2 grandchildren don't know what's going on. I watched my oldest 2 grandchildren playing with those kids for the last 2 years, and now they don't even know what's happening. They don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. They don't know where they are. It's not about me. It's about, I'm worried about my grandchildren. What impact this is having on them. I can recover from this. It's going to take me a long time, but just think what the impact has on my grandchildren and Jack and Lily. How much it's hurting them.
She says that they were her grandkids too when they came into her family. But why does she say her grandkids and then Jack and Lily? Okay. Why? And she said, you know, she said these weren't my grandkids, but as soon as they came into my life, they were a part of my family and I treated them like they were my grandkids. Why does she separate her actual grandkids from Jack and Lily? Huh?
And I begged Malaya to come out and tell her side of the story. And she's the only one that can answer the questions that we can't. I begged her to come out and talk for the sake of the grandchildren, for the sake of her children.
Yes, Daniel did do a lot for those kids. Yes, I will say that. And I will also say the only time that Jack and Lily and Meadow ever went to town is when Daniel was with them, because Malaya couldn't handle all 3 kids. And I'll tell you something else.
All right, before she tells you something else, I'm going to need you guys to hit the like button. There's 1,100 people in the room, and we got less than 500 likes. Okay, we got up early this morning putting this stuff together for you, right? And I'm going to need you to hit the like on the video, okay? If you're here listening, there's a reason you're here. You want to hear it, right? Hit the like. It's free. It don't cost you nothing. It takes 1 second, right? And then I don't got to say it. I don't got to sound like an 88 used car salesman, you know, Dolly Vision, low miles, one owner. Okay. One owner. Guarantee we get, you know, comes with 30-day money back guarantee. So just hit the like button. And then once you hit the like button, right, I want you to shout out in the chat room where you're watching my face from. But don't cheat. Definitely hit the like button. Okay. Let's at least get it to 1,000 and I'll shut up. And if you're coming in late, I will replay this in its entirety once, you know, I kind of dissect it and without so many interruptions.
For the last 2 years, I observed those kids in my backyard. And the only time that Malaya went out with those kids is when she took Meadow out. And when she took Meadow out, that's all she would do was take her over to see the chickens. I have never seen I have never seen Malaya push those kids down on the swing or even watch them go down the slide. I've never seen her out there playing with the kids. In the wintertime, I would go out and throw snowballs at them, build snowmans with them, build a tall snowbank for them to go sledding in. All the grandchildren. And I would try to go coasting with them, but I have some medical problems. I couldn't really go coasting with them, but I would push them down the hill in the sleigh. I would play snowballs with them. I'd build snowmans with them. I never seen Malaya ever do that with them. When she was out watching them coast, she was pulling Meadow around in the sleigh. After Meadow was born, yes, Meadow got all the attention. I seen that with my own 2 eyes. Yes. Jack and Lily were sort of put on the back burner. Yes. I've never seen when I would go in there after school, I would never see Malaya sit down and do their homework with them. I would never see Malaya read to them. I would always read to them when I would babysit them. Yes, I babysit Jack and Lily. Whenever they went somewhere, I would babysit them. And I had no problem with Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily would sit with me and watch TV. I would take Jack. He would hold him in my arms. He would pretend he was swimming. He would pretend he was playing airplane. Lily would be running around showing me her dolls. And yes, I did more interaction with those children than Malaya did.
What?
And as I was saying, if you have to call their mother to tell them that.
Okay. That is what we have of the interview so far. As more pieces emerge, you know, and thank God people were clipping it and got what they did get. But, you know, from what it said, she talked for a pretty good while. Now, I want to take a second before we replay this and break it down again to thank a few people that have donated. So give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. This is to the Gibson Go. Let me refresh it. And I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up. Okay, Patty gave 18 hours ago. It says, help you to enjoy your trip to Florida. Dolly, got to eat. Always enjoy watching your show. Keep smiling and always have fun. Thank you so much, Patty. All right, Rev CM says, with appreciation and prayers for your safe trip, thank you for all that you do for these children here in Nova Scotia. You're absolutely welcome, Rev. You know, I do it for kids everywhere. I think every life matters, not just Jack and Lily, Sebastian Rogers, Cody Bigsby, Michael Monkey Vaughn, Summer Wells. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on of these kids. And usually I cover cases where I believe there's foul play. I don't just cover missing kid cases. It has to be missing kid cases that I believe something is wrong in. Thelma says, a small portion of your seat on the plane. LOL. Be safe. Love and light. Let me like that. Thank you. Thank you. That's enough to give me some extra foot room right there. Them planes be tight, man. And I never really enjoy flying. I'm not as scared as I used to be of flying, but I still get a little nervous when it comes time. Helena, safe travels and thank you for your time and keeping us all in the loop. You and PJ show the love of the missing and helping us see the bad guys put away. Hugs. And Helena donated again. Okay, thank you, Helena. Thank you so much. That's awesome of you. Let me like both of those. So Helena double dipped. Thank you, Helena. So, guys, that makes a difference in where I'll be staying. Okay. But you know me, if I have to, I'll rough it because I'm just that type of person. But if I don't have to, it would be great. It'd be great. Okay. So we're going to go back through this. And I just want to pinpoint some things she said. She kind of threw shade on Lily with the whole, you know, who could stand her screaming? Could you stand her screaming? I couldn't. Her dog didn't like it. Her dog's losing her hair. It's one of these woe me situations, right? Granny, you're not missing. Okay. You still got your dog. Your dog's not even missing. Okay. You're not the victim. Jack and Lily are. Now, I was listening to a woman that sounded like she got kidnapped. Okay. She crying and right. And I can understand the feeling guilty though. Right. Because I would feel guilty too if I was right outside the back door and the kids came out the back door and allegedly you heard them but didn't do anything about it. Remember the down that heard them, now she didn't hear them. Okay, my producer's calling. I must have said something wrong. Dolly. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I thought she was reading something too. All right. Bye. Okay. Producer wanted to point out that she believes that, you know, Granny is reading something that was written by Daniel. She started to mess it up when she said my brother, and then she went into the whole thing. And you see she's pushing the same type of blame on Malaya. But then when she gets into, you know, what Daniel has done bad, you know, possibly praying to the Methodist Bible, she gets amnesia. Okay. Her memory goes, right? Her memory goes. And, you know, I really can't picture this woman on the back of a four-wheeler, you know, crocheting a blanket, but it could happen. It could happen. Now we're going to go through it one more time without me interrupting it. So if you just tuned in and you want to hear what she had to say, I'm going to shut the hell up. I'm going to let it play. And then I'll give my thoughts at the end. Thank you, Kenny. You're awesome. And then I will let you guys call in and tell me what you think about Jenny got a shovel, right? Now she says she was raking. Which one is it? Does Jenny got a shovel or does she got a rake? Or does she got a rake and a shovel? And who the hell puts a pool on gravel? Okay. If you put, somebody said a plastic pool. If you put a plastic pool on gravel, a rock is going to stab through it. Okay. The plastic's thin. You can't put plastic pools on gravel. It don't make much sense to me. Just threw down some cash on your give, send, go. Well, thank you, Mab. All right, let me read it real fast. Let me get to these. Mab says, peace, Dolly and PJ. All right, let me heart your comment there, Mab. Thank you so much. Damn, that's a 20-twin. Man must be balling. You win the lottery, man. I had to watch you. You can't hide money. You can't hide. All this time you've been having money and holding out, huh? I'm playing. All right, so let's do this, and I'll shut up. Matter of fact, I'll mute while it plays.
On May 1st, nobody was here. On May 2nd, when Jack and Lily disappeared, the people that stayed here on May 2nd was Malaya's two great aunts and Malaya's grandmother stayed the night. On that Friday, May 2nd, the ones that were in the trailer, which was a family reunion, was Malaya's mother Cindy, Malaya's grandmother, Patty, Malaya's aunt, I don't know her name, I never met her, Malaya's two great aunts, I never met them, and Cindy's boyfriend. We're all in the big trailer, eating, drinking coffee. I don't believe any of them went out searching. On that Saturday, after everybody left, after the fight or the altercation at the end of the driveway, everybody left except Malaya's grandmother Patty was here and she was going to stay the night. But I think it was Corey, Haley's boyfriend, came and took her. She did not want to leave. But Corey came and took her and they all left. There was nobody here after that when everybody left on Saturday evening.
She told me that if I interfered in her investigation, she'd have me removed off the property. I told her there was a dog in there. If she didn't even give me the chance to tell me to take my dog out of there. She started shooting off to me. I then let the searchers search my trailer. Malaya let them search my trailer. And on Sunday morning, Mason and 3 other people come in and searched my trailer. They even checked my washer spinner. So I did not refuse to let them search my trailer. I just told Officer Mason there was a dog in there. My dog was protecting his property. And I was scared if she went in there, my dog would have done something. Not that he would have, but you don't know when somebody enters your property without a dog knowing. It was just for her safety and my dog's safety. So if people can't understand that, then they don't know anything about dogs. My dog has lived a quiet life here. And all of a sudden I have all these search and rescue people here, all cops, helicopters, drones. My dog is got so much anxiety in him. He's losing his hair. I had him to the vet. The vet told him as long as I was stressed out, my dog would be stressed out. So it had nothing to do with me not letting them search my RV. I was just the safety of the officer and for my dog. And as far as the cupboard goes, I had nothing in the cupboard. I do not do drugs. I do not have guns. I don't do any shit like that. So there's your answer to the cupboard. There's your answer to the RCMP not searching my trailer. They have searched my trailer 3 times. Oh, and by the way, I do not accept friends requests, so don't even bother sending me one. My dog does not like Lily's loud scream, just like any dog would not like Lily's loud scream. I can't stand Lily's loud scream. If you watched her birthday party, the way she screamed, could you stand Lily's scream all the time? My dog reacts. My dog tells me when there's people in the yard. My dog tells me when the kids are outside. My dog is really sensitive because he's so used to being all alone here for the last for whatever the kids showed up here 2 years ago. My dog has been used to quietness. When Jack and Lily moved in here, my dog got more sensitive to sounds because of the kids yelling, screaming. So yes, my dog is very sensitive to Lily's scream and Jack screaming or talking. I'm going to save you guys a little trouble about asking me questions. I'm going to start from Monday. Monday, the kids went to school. They came home from school. They were playing outside. Tuesday, they went to school. They were playing outside. Wednesday, they had an in-service. Daniel left at 12 o'clock with Malaya, Jack, Lily, and Meadow. They went to their grandmother's to do laundry. They get home at 10:30 that night. Thursday, they were in town. When they came home, I came out of the trailer. Jack was sitting beside the little playhouse digging worms with Lily. Jack said, Granny, I found a worm. I found a centipede. I said, good boy. You keep looking. I went over and I started raking in front of my RV where I found Malaya standing. I was raking there some gravel out of the bank to smooth it out to put a swimming pool. That's the only thing I did, was break a little gravel out of the bank to level it out for a swimming pool. The footprint was found right where I was leveling the ground out for the swimming pool. An investigator came and measured the little footprint to see if it was Jack or Lily's. That's the only footprint that was found. So Friday morning, I get up at 6 o'clock, had my cigarettes and my cup of tea, went out at 7 o'clock and fed my chickens, came back in, went on Team 9:48, my brother called me. Maybe it is easier for me to talk on this because I don't have to wait for your questions. Okay, here's the thing about Okay, to save everybody trouble, here is what happened at the end of my driveway, the altercation. My brother, me and Justin were out on the four-wheeler. We were up at the pipeline. We were coming out at the road called the Madison Road. Malaya called me on my phone. She called me at 3:32. I didn't answer because we were talking to a lady on her four-wheeler with a child. Then she called me back at 5:39. I answered the phone. She told me to get back here to the trailer. I said, what's up? She said, I can't tell you over the phone. So I came back here. Me and Justin came back here to the trailer. Marlea was standing on the edge of the driveway, crying her eyes out. I went up and I put my arms around her and I said, please don't tell me that they found the kids dead. Haley started shooting off about something. And then I think it was Shelby. I'm not 100% sure. She started shooting off. I ordered them off my property. The the RCMP came and asked me what was going on, if there was a fight. I said there was no fight. I just ordered them off my property. He took me aside. He has it all video cammed. He took me aside and asked me what happened. I said, Malaya, exactly the same thing. Malaya called me. I came back here to the trailer. I thought the kids were dead. Then Haley and this other girl, I think it was Shelby, I can't be 100% right, started shooting off. I told him to get off my property. He asked me what the altercation was about. I said I didn't know. I didn't listen to them. I wasn't fighting with anybody. I told him that the most important thing was to find Lily and Jack. He agreed with me. I did not order Malaya off the property. She was more than welcome to stay here. Her grandmother was even here, and her grandmother was going to stay the night. And I said, that is fine. Cindy is more than welcome to stay here. So I did not order Malaya off the property. What went on after they left, after the police left, and after they went to this briefing, I do not know what happened. I stayed here. I stayed here, and me and Justin went back out on the bike. So whatever happened after Haley and this other girl left, I don't know what happened. I was away with Justin on the bike. So you have to get all your information from Daniel and Malaya about that, because I do not know. And I'm going to clear up this thing about Belinda. Belinda said that she came and she said that I was crying, and I blame myself for it. And this is the time that I wouldn't let the police in, said that I wouldn't let the police in my RV. Well, the reason why I was crying, Belinda, is I blame myself for not getting up that morning and seeing the kids. because whenever they're outside, I'm usually out there. I'm the one watching those kids. I watch those kids out in the yard every day. That's why I blame myself for not getting up that day. If I would have got up, this would have never happened. So that's why I was crying that day, Belinda, is because I blame myself for not getting up for those kids. And I'll tell you something else, and I don't care if you believe me or not. I would never, ever, ever let anything happen to those kids. I watched them for 2 years. I seen them day in and day out. What went on between Malay and Daniel has nothing to do with me. I live here in the camper. They live in the trailer. What went on in there is none of my business. And when you have to call your kids or Jack and Lily's mother and tell them that Jack has his boots off and Jack has his coats off, does that tell you that Malaya was watching the kids? So don't come down on me because they weren't my grandchildren, but that I do, and I do consider them my grandchildren. I don't care what anybody says. When they came into my life, they became part of my family. So if people doubt that, then they don't think very much of me, because I'm not that kind of a person. No, I want to continue this. I want to get this all on my system, and I want to tell you guys the truth. It really bothers me because I've been a grandmother for 9.5 years. In the last 2 months, I can't be a grandmother anymore. I'm not a grandmother. My oldest granddaughter's birthday was on the 25th of this month, and I couldn't even see her, all because of what happened. And I had nothing to do with it. But I am the one that is suffering. So is Jack and Lily. They don't know where they are. They don't know what's going on. Well, Meadow doesn't know what's going on. And my other 2 grandchildren don't know what's going on. I watched my oldest 2 grandchildren playing with those kids for the last 2 years. And now they don't even know what's happening. They don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. They don't know where they are. It's not about me. It's about, I'm worried about my grandchildren. What impact this is having on them. I can recover from this. It's going to take me a long time. But just think what the impact has on my grandchildren and Jack and Lily. How much it's hurting them. And I begged Malaya to come out and tell her side of the story. And she's the only one that can answer the questions that we can't. I begged her to come out and talk for the sake of the grandchildren, for the sake of her children.
Yes, Daniel did do a lot for those kids. Yes, I will say that. And I will also say the only time that Jack and Lily and Meadow ever went to town is when Daniel was with them, because Malaya couldn't handle all 3 kids. And I'll tell you something else. For the last 2 years, I observed those kids in my backyard. And the only time that Malaya went out with those kids is when she took Meadow out. And when she took Meadow out, that's all she would do was take her over to see the chickens. I have never seen I have never seen Malaya push those kids down on the swing or even watch them go down the slide. I've never seen her out there playing with the kids. In the wintertime, I would go out and throw snowballs at them, build snowmans with them, build a tall snowbank for them to go sledding in. All the grandchildren. And I would try to go coasting with them, but I have some medical problems. I couldn't really go coasting with them. it. I would push them down the hill in the sleigh. I would play snowballs with them. I'd build snowmans with them. I never seen Malaya ever do that with them. When she was out watching them coast, she was pulling Meadow around in the sleigh. After Meadow was born, yes, Meadow got all the attention. I seen that with my own 2 eyes. Yes. Jack and Lily were sort of put on the back burner. Yes. I've never seen, when I would go in there after school, I would never see Malaya sit down and do their homework with them. I would never see Malaya read to them. I would always read to them when I would babysit them. Yes, I babysit Jack and Lily. Whenever they went somewhere, I would babysit them. And I had no problem with Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily would sit with me and watch TV. I would take Jack. He would hold him in my arms. He would pretend he was swimming. He would pretend he was playing airplane. Lily would be running around showing me her dolls. And yes, I did more interaction with those children than Malaya did. And as I was saying, if you have to call their mother to tell them that
Okay, so that was uninterrupted of what we have of the interview so far. Okay, we don't have every inch of it because people were posting it in like different places of what little clips they got, right? But people are alleging that she talked with in that group for like 3 hours. But do we need 3 hours of listening to this lady blame other people and taking the blame off of her son? I don't think we do. She threw a lot of shade on Lily. The way she spoke of the kids wasn't of a loving, caring person. Okay. She sounded like she was more worried about her dog than she was the kids. She slipped up and said her brother, and then she said her son. Okay. Which one was it? Was your son or was it your brother? Can't be both. They're raking the rocks. Now there's no shovel. Malaya did nothing for the kids. Absolutely nothing. Now listen. Let's just say my daughter had a kid. Do you think I'm going to let her treat the kids like that as her parent? Right? No. I'm going to be like, look, you need to read to those kids. You need to do stuff with the kids. I'm funny about that type of stuff, right? And if you're sitting there letting her pawn them kids off on you, that ain't your responsibility. I would have went to Malaya and said, listen, you ain't gonna be leaving me out here with the kids. They're your kids. You spread your legs, you gave birth to them. You're gonna come out here and watch them. You're going to read to them. You're going to play with them. You're going to do that shit. You're going to stay at my house. You're going to take care of your kids because that house belongs to the mother, right? She's been there for years. They only lived there 2 years, and I don't believe it. Listen, I know she's sad, and I don't want to come off as just a mean person to a little old lady, right? You know, she's 60. That's a little old lady to me. I'm a little old man. Don't be offensive, people, if you're up there in age like me and you like, damn, you calling people old. I'm old too. I accept it, right? That's the first part of being old. It's like being an alcoholic. You got to accept the fact that you're an alcoholic. If you old, you got to accept the fact that you damn old. My back hurts, my knees hurt, my arms hurt, my fingers hurt. I'm thinking I'm starting to get arthritis, right? I'm just so used to being young and shredding, right, and this ruling everything that I'm falling apart and I don't know how to handle it. Okay, so in my mind, I'm still 20, right? My body 90. Okay, my body, I got the body of a 90-year-old man with bad hips, bad back, bad legs, bad knees. Dolly, I'm super old. I'm 63, right? But my mind is still strong, right? My mind is of a 20-year-old dude. I can do anything. I rule the world mentality, right? Just the rest of me, Not so much. Not so much. Wait till you're 60. I don't know if I'll make it. Okay. I don't know if I'll make it. Everything hurts after 50. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Because, it slowly started off one part at a time. Right. And, I always thought, well, my leg will heal. My arm will heal. Oh, nothing heals. Nothing heals anymore. No, that shit's hurt forever. Okay. It's just going to hurt till I die. I've come to accept it. Right. I've come to accept it. Did PJ find a new RCMP release? No, but if there's anything we need to see, guys, y'all can always shoot it to my Facebook. Drink juice, not soda, Dolly. I do. I drink juice, some strawberry juice with tea. I drank some orange juice yesterday. I drank some water. I'm starting to mix it up a little bit. I'm trying to cut some of the soda out. But the thing about soda is you can't quit soda cold turkey. All right. It's like doing hard drugs. You just can't quit it. You got to slowly wean yourself off of it. If I cut out caffeine completely, like if I just stop drinking soda, I get really bad headaches. So if my head starts hurting, I drink a soda. So I've been trying to cut it out, and I'm eventually going to try to cut soda out. That's just one of those things. But like I said, when you get a little older, nothing heals, everything hurts. And I don't know. Does anybody believe this woman? Now we're going to open up the phone lines. I want to hear from you guys what y'all think about Janie got a shovel. Okay. The phone lines are now open. The call-in number is on the screen. Let me know what you think. Wait, PJ has just sent an attachment. Maybe there's hold on. Hello? Okay. In just a second for this call. All right, we got the release. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
What up, Mab?
What up? I keep forgetting to tell you that, that boat that AWP uses, that like almost like a kayak, that little blow-up boat they have.
Yeah.
With I got 2 of these ocean kayaks and it has a little transom on it where you can put a motor on it. So if you're interested, I can probably donate one of them to your cause.
How the hell are we gonna get it from California to Virginia, the whole side of the other side of the country? that's the question. Ship it. Ship it. Okay.
I don't know how much it would cost to ship? Probably a couple $100.
Yeah. I mean, that may be something we do. You had to send me a picture of it to see. Is it like is it inflatable like dinghy?
No, it's not inflatable. It's plastic.
Oh.
And it has it splits, like where the transom, it splits into 2 tails. Like you can stand up in it. It's that stable. You can't roll it.
Oh, okay. Wait.
But it's small enough to put in the back of a pickup truck, and you can go into like 6 inches of water with it.
Oh, all right. And you can hook a small troller motor up to it.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely send me a picture of it. And if it's something I think I can use, then yeah, I'll kick you the money for shipping, and we'll try to ship it.
Where do I send it? To Messenger?
Yeah, just send me a picture on Messenger.
All right.
Because I've been looking into like little John boats too, and Chris Proudfoot sent me a picture of a John boat. He said, "Send this to Dolly. I know he's looking for a boat," and he sent me. It was a pretty good deal on the boat too, but he forwarded it over to me. So that was a weird one, but he did. He sent me a picture of a boat.
You got to get the kind of boat that you can get up in creeks and places where bodies would float,
Yeah, and light enough to move around with, 1 or 2 people would be the ideal thing.
This one has like a wheel you put on the front, and it has 2 handles, so you just like a wheelbarrow, you just move like that.
Okay. All right.
You take it right down to the beach by yourself, and
you don't go out on them anymore?
I use it for,
What do you
I have 2 of them, so I'm going to keep one of them.
Oh, okay.
I used to go kayak fishing and spear fishing off of mine.
Oh, okay.
In the ocean. So they can handle the ocean and everything.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, I don't plan on going out in the ocean looking for nobody. You in the ocean, you just assed out at that point. You know what I'm saying? But if
Yeah.
you're in a creek or a lake, I plan on putting, getting some little sonars together and being able to search little lakes and streams and rivers and stuff like
A
that.
little dash on it.
Uh-huh.
Just gonna make sure you put because me in the ocean, you probably don't have to, but I had to put like leashes on everything because the first time I went out, I was an idiot and I didn't have leashes on anything.
And everything flew off the boat.
The waves got big when I was out there. I came in and freaking rolled it, lost my damn fishing pole, half my shit.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I know all about that. I used to have a little kayak back in the day that I would go out in, but it was a little cheap one.
I had a little cheap one too, but it was so damn tippy. I had to learn how to.
That's how mine was. That's how mine was. I was always sketchy.
I had to learn in a swimming pool how to roll. If you tipped it over, how to roll back up.
Mine was it was green and it was like a water moccasin magnet. I don't know if the water, I get in the water and damn snakes would be swimming right up to. I was like, man, I don't know if it's the kayak or they're just that like aggressive.
I think they attracted to floating shit, where they can kick back.
Yeah.
Turtles.
Yeah. Maybe like them dolphins that were following the boat. They're going to get in the wake or something. I don't know, but I know every time I took that kayak out, big ass snakes would be swimming up on me. And I'm like, oh man, this is,
I was out near Monterey in my kayak fishing and these, what it looked like fins were coming at me, right? From off in the distance, and it kept coming closer and closer. And they were dolphins, but they were like 15, 20 feet long.
Wow.
And they were coming right at me. I'm like, oh shit, man, I'm gonna get dumped here, man. And they just went right under.
My daughter called me the other day and said, don't you know dolphins are some of the most dangerous animals in the ocean? They're vicious. And I was like, what? I was like, what? She's like, yeah, they're vicious. Sharks they be killing sharks. I was like,
and then I took my nephew out where the anchovies were thick and the whales were coming up. You know how you see those pictures where the whales
that was scary.
They come up.
You have to tip it over.
I took my nephew out there and a whale came breaching up about 20 feet from the side. Nephew's eyes got big as saucers. He's like, get me out of here.
Yeah. I mean, I would be the same way, because they may tip you or bump the boat or something. I've seen plenty of whales.
Some of the kayakers out here actually end up in the whale's mouth.
Oh Lord. Yeah. I don't mess with too many sea creatures. I'm good on the boat. But I don't want to be out really, swimming. I've swam with a shark. That was the scariest thing I've ever done in my life. So I went snorkeling in Key Marathon, and a damn shark swam up on me. And
I went diving in Key West, and big ass sharks were out there.
Yeah, it swam right up on me, but didn't eat me. Okay, it looked me right in the eyes too, like a person, like it was staring at me. And I was just like, I'm staring back at it. We made eye contact. And I was like, look, dude, I don't even taste good. You know what I'm saying? I was swimming for my life with a boat. I was just getting it. And
about the case, man, I don't know shit about what's going on with this one.
What do you think about Grandma? She seems a little angry.
Yeah, she does seem a little angry.
Yeah. That ain't good.
No. I thought she was the one that caught Malaya out by the road.
She is.
Okay.
But the story constantly.
What the hell was Malaya doing in that early in the morning out by the road on the phone? I thought she never got out of bed.
I don't think that's where the story changes. That's what I'm saying. Somebody's lying, and I think it's all of them.
It's all of them.
Yeah. And they're pushing a narrative that it's Malaya and it's not them. But Malaya ain't helping the cause because her being so silent, it makes it look like they're telling the truth.
Yeah, she's just another. She's worse than Katie Proudfoot.
Worse. Yeah. Katie did more interviews in the beginning than she even did them with YouTubers. Once, and then went ghost.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now you got to talk to the chief's brother.
Yeah, that's crazy. And when you say chief, for some reason, I always think man. I never think a woman when you say chief.
It's a woman chief.
It's a woman chief.
I still think there's something going on with these Indians, man. I mean, why accept the kids the next
natives
day after they're missing? Number one, after multiple
Indians are from India. They're natives.
No, I mean, okay.
First Nation. Right? So
they used to call them cowboy and Indians around here.
them days are past. You got to be PC these days. They are
politically correct.
They are.
I'm from the old school.
They're Native Americans. Okay. No more Washington Redskins. It's just Washington.
Come on, man.
You know, I thought it was an honoring thing that, you know, the Washington Redskins, you were paying homage to the natives, but I guess they didn't see it that way.
A bunch of sissies.
All right, Mav. You be good.
Peace.
You know, what it is we live in a world where everybody gets offended so easy. Okay? Like, I come from an era where you had to have tough skin. People called you every name they could call you. People are just, you know, now people are just soft, like as a marshmallow. Like, they can't take any heat whatsoever. They'll cry and just whine until they get their way, right? Like, when I was young, you whined, you caught a backhand and was told to shut up. You know what I'm saying? Shut up. Stop your crying. We don't want to hear that, right? But now people are just so soft. Like, I don't know, this generation is the biggest pack of sissies that I think I've ever seen in my life. And I don't know, I think it's getting worse. Okay? It's getting worse. That's just my opinion, you know, because, you know, like I said, I'm from the old school. We didn't have child abuse when I was growing up. You did something bad, you got the switch, you got the belt, you got the damn backhand, you got the frying pan. It all depended on what your mama was holding at the time that you acted up, right? So, and there wasn't no reach out and call social services. I don't even think that shit exists, right? I remember getting cable TV. Getting people are just, they're so dependent and so soft, and, you know, like, some things in life make you tough, and you need a little bit of tough skin sometimes, and to be able to deal and to handle things, right? So, all right, I'm gonna close the phone line for 1 second because I want to go over this update. And I don't have my glasses on, so this is going to kind of suck, but I'm going to try to do my best. Okay. Let me see if I can read this, guys. Where's my damn glasses at? The Nova Scotia RCMP intensive investigation to the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan continues. The investigation team in the Northeast.
Is it true that Daniel said to check for the kids in the ocean or the bay leading to the ocean?
I don't know. I may have missed that, Helena. But if they've been swept out into the ocean, the chances of finding those kids is slim. Now, listen, Cody Bixby that went missing from here in Virginia, they believe his dad dumped him in the ocean. That's what they believe. And if you get put in the ocean, you're hardly ever found. Okay, especially small, because of the natural shark-infested waters here, especially where I'm at. There's a lot of white tip sharks. There's a lot of sand sharks, a lot of all kinds of damn shark. Bull sharks real bad here too. And if them kids are in the ocean, I hate to say it, they won't never be found. Okay, so let me get back to where I was at. The investigation team in the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crimes Unit is leading the investigation efforts under the Missing Persons Act. They assist by RCMP units in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario, along with the National Center of Missing Persons, Canada Center for Child Protection, in Ontario, along with the... Oh, I read that. Sorry, guys. I don't have my glasses on. Multiple police agencies from Nova Scotia and other parts of Canada. Their efforts include reviewing approximately 5,000 video files that have been obtained through video canvas of Lansdowne Station in the surrounding area, assisted more than 600 tips from the public, formally interviewed more than 60 people, including administrating a polygraph on some individuals. Forensic examinations of material located through the ground and air search in Lansdowne Station, including a pink blanket that officers seized on Lansdowne Road. Submitting judicial authorized to seize materials and device that may provide information useful to the investigation. So I'm assuming they're talking about phones. Right now, there's more than 800 tasks associated to this investigation, says Sergeant Rob McCannon, Majors Crime and Behavioral Sciences. A tremendous amount of careful deliberation and investigation work is underway by people here at home and in other parts of Canada. Our collective efforts will continue every day until we determine certainly the circumstances surrounding Lily and Jack's disappearance. Investigators encourage anyone with information on the whereabouts of Lily and Jack to call the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crimes Unit at 902-869, I think that says 5060. To remain anonymous, contact Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers toll free at 1-800-222-TIPS or 8477. Submit a secure web tip at www.crimestoppers.ns.ca or use the P3 tip app. File number 2025-583775. Damn, I can't believe I made it through that. Struggled a little bit, but I got it. Damn. Maybe I see better than I thought I did. But that is the latest update, which is nothing. They're just telling us basically what they're doing. They got 800 tasks associated to this investigation. It don't say task members. Right now, there are more than 800 tasks associated to this investigation. Is that task members? Over 800 task members? Or is there 800 tasks? Like, we got to watch 500 videos. We got to interview 100 people. I don't know. It don't make a whole lot of sense. All right. So, nothing. Okay. I mean, what did that tell? Is that anything new? Right? Nothing really new there. So, Indigenous is First Nation update to tell you have no updates. They are being pressed. And that's the thing. That's one good thing we can do as YouTubers is keep the pressure on RCMP. Because if there wasn't people putting pressure on them, would they be doing these updates? Because a lot of people in Canada have told me usually they don't find out nothing about a case until after the case is over. But they have been coming out periodically and doing these little updates. Okay, let me open the phone lines back up now. Phone lines are open. The call-in numbers on the screen. What do you think about Jamie's interview? Is this woman being truthful? Is she being truthful? And is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I mean, I'm going to say, in my opinion, she's leaving out a lot of details. She might have been telling, partial truths, but she knew what the fight was over. She knew why she kicked the people off the property, right? And her dog sounds mean, and it sounds like it don't like Jack and Lily. And from my understanding, it's a big ass wolf dog. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, this is Tracy in Alabama. How you doing?
Hey, Tracy, I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
But this woman, she really is spewing the hate for Malaya, isn't she?
Yes, and it's pretty close to what Daniel was saying. They're both pretty much saying the same thing. But now she's saying she did it, and Daniel was saying he did it. Which one is it? Is Daniel taking care of the kids, or is Grandma taking care of the kids?
Well, Grandma is pointing all the blame. She's trying to spew it away from the mama or the brother, her son. Doggone it! She keeps on trying to put it away from him, trying to put it on the mama.
Yeah,
that's what she's doing, and that's not right. There's something going on. She knows it.
Yeah, and even Malaya's mom, ducking the media, not talking, and then Malaya not talking. Something is strange there, but I believe they're all responsible.
Something happened to him, and if it was my kids, you wouldn't see me sleeping. I'd be out there searching every ground. I'd be under every rock looking for my kids.
Yes, amen to that. And yeah, I know how to find my kid. All I gotta do is wave $100 bill, and she's coming. You know I just stand on the porch with 100 waving it, and she'll run right back up. I'll take that.
Sounds like
so
even my 29-year-old's like that. So it's all right.
My daughter,
if he was reminiscent, it's just strange.
She can smell money. Okay, you ain't even got to pull it out and wave it. She's like, I can smell what you got in your pocket.
She's like, Daddy, come get me. All right. But that's my thoughts on this one.
All right, you be good.
You too. Be
all
safe.
Right, peace. Yeah, you break out a wallet, and my kid, she knows she's coming quick, right? You be like, you can scream for her, she won't come. You can call her, she won't answer. You send her a text message of some money, she'll show right up. But she's older now, so she gets here quicker. You know what I'm saying? And she drives like she's insane. Okay, like every time I go somewhere with my daughter, I have to drive, right? Because I tell her, like, listen, you know I got a bad heart, right? You can't just be driving 90 on somebody's bumper with me in the car. I can't do it, right? So I always drive everywhere we go. So because I don't want to die. I don't want to die. So my kid, easy to find. All you need is a little bit of money. You can set a trap. You know what I'm saying? Like Wyote Coyote, just have a little dollar bill hanging from a string, with a box that traps her. We good to go. But this grandmother seemed like an angry woman. And I mean, there's a lot of reasons you could be upset. Like if I didn't have anything to do with nothing, and I knew my daughter didn't have anything to do with it, right? And then everybody was blaming me and her for it. I can understand it and being defensive and taking up for my daughter, but she sounded like she was reading from a notebook, and it was what Daniel wrote down. You could hear her actually literally flipping through the pages of the notebook. Where are these kids at is the $1 million question. I mean, it ain't $1 million question. It's $150,000 question. And that's how I know a stranger didn't do it. Usually at $150,000 off, a stranger would have done it. Somebody would have told on them. Now, family, that ain't that much money to tell on somebody you love. $150,000. Some people make that a year, right? It ain't that much money. They don't. Well, they don't appear to, right? And her talking about putting up a swimming pool. Well, where's the swimming pool? Did anybody see a swimming pool there? I didn't see a swimming pool. I guess after the kids went missing, there was no need to put up a swimming pool. But don't she still have 2 other grandkids that might want to come over and go swimming? And what's with these people moving on so quickly, right? Moving on so quickly. Dolly. Hello. Hey.
Are you on live?
Yes, I'm on live.
Yeah, I'm sitting here watching you, dude, and you're not picking up phone calls.
I'm talking to you right now. You're watching. It's delayed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so turn me down in the background so I can hear you. Is that all?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I was just wondering, are you covering the Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wales' case?
Yeah, I've been covering their cases for years.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering.
All right.
Doing a great job, Dolly.
All right. Thank you. That was a little weird. Okay, that was a little weird. Off topic, but hey. Dolly.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't think you were going to answer.
Yeah, well, I did.
Okay.
Right,
now I can hear you.
All right. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Rose from New England.
Rose from New England. Okay, Rose from New England. What do you?
Massachusetts, Connecticut.
Okay, you from all those places.
Both places, yeah.
Okay, you from a little bit everywhere. A Rose from everywhere.
A little bit everywhere.
Right. So, Rose, what do you think about this grandma and her story?
If you want me to be completely honest, I don't give a rat's behind what anybody has to say. I just want to know where the kids are at.
Yeah.
Because nobody's telling the truth.
I agree with that. I totally agree with you. I think everybody's lying too, or telling partial truths.
I don't know.
A little bit of truth mixed with a whole lot of lies.
I mean, like you said, she was outside on the phone, but yes, she was in bed sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah. And why are they telling a different story now that they didn't tell to the police when the kids first went missing? Don't make a whole lot of sense.
Exactly.
So, and if you lying in a missing kids case, why would you lie unless you had something to cover up?
And I'm putting a pool out at what time was that? What time was she supposedly putting the pool out?
I don't know. I guess the evening time. I don't know exactly what time she was out there with a rake. I guess the shovel didn't sound good, so now it's switched to a rake.
Makes more sense, right?
It's one of those, rake on one end, shovel on the other. Like the mullet.
Make it make sense, that's all.
It's like the mullet of rakes, party in the front, business in the back.
Very true. Oh, but I just don't want to hear anything that they have to say. I'm being honest right now. Like, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I want to know where those children are. I want the truth. And if it's not the truth, don't talk.
Yeah. And
stop talking.
When's the last time you seen a 60-year-old lady ride by you on a 4-wheeler?
Every day. Every day it happens. Come on.
I can't remember one time that a 60-year-old, usually golf carts. I see little old people driving golf carts, down the street and stuff like that at the beach. But I don't remember one time a 60-year-old woman whipping past me on a 4-wheeler.
Yeah, I'm 52 years old and I can't see myself on a 4-wheeler.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, some people do. Some people ride them. I get it, but it seems a little strange. But hey, look, I appreciate you calling in.
All right, thank you.
All right, peace. Yeah, maybe on a side by side. Unknown caller. Janie. Dolly.
Dolly?
Yes.
Are you even live?
Yes, I'm live. PJ, hold on 1 second, PJ. My producer.
I just did.
Call me right back. Yes.
You're asking questions about the stuff this lady said and why she's lying. I want to know why she told everything in the angle of Daniel.
Because
Daniel's the one that rode the 4-wheeler. Daniel's the one that wasn't asleep. She was asleep. So she's literally telling the story in Daniel's perspective. Like, did we miss some part of the conversation to where she was asked what Daniel had done that day? Because that's literally verbatim what Daniel said he did.
Well, Bird, maybe him and his mother do the same things. I don't know. I don't know.
They don't. But if you listen to her, if you listen from one part of that little recording to it's all chopped up, so it's hard to tell what's what. Mm-hmm. But it's the one little part where it's almost where she says the part about me and my brother, because clearly Daniel and his brother, but she stops herself and then so it couldn't have been her telling somebody about what Daniel said he did, because then she corrects herself.
Yeah.
Do you not think that's weird? Why did she feel the need to come out and say all this, but yet 90% of what we heard here in this 17 minutes is what Daniel did?
Yeah. I mean, it's just a mother defending her son, pushing the same narrative.
Basically, it's... Go ahead.
I expect a mother to protect her son. I knew she would say stuff similar to what Daniel was saying. Was she going to get up there and say my son's a liar and a killer? She ain't going to do that.
No, but it's not... Listen, it's not similar to what Daniel... She's repeating his story.
Uh-huh.
Like, he wrote down what he did that day, A, B, C, and D, and she's reading it as if it's
her story.
Her story.
Yeah, yeah.
So what did he say? I need someone back me. And if that's what happened, that is suspicious AF. If he told her, hey, I need you to go somewhere on these platforms here, here, and here and tell these people that this is exactly what happened, just like this. And he puts, a piece of paper in front of her. She's, poor lady's trying to read it as if she lived it. Like, because remember, she wasn't even outside at that one point where she was, now I don't remember. But so she's telling the story, incriminating herself, basically, putting herself in places where she wasn't even actually at.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying, or is this crazy?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And she was sad about she didn't wake up. Well, then how did you do all this shit if you wasn't even awake? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, I mean, I don't know. And why is the
That's-
story changing? And why is your son lying?
Why is he making you lie now?
And of course, when she said she didn't remember why she kicked the people off the property. You know, they said he's on drugs, and she was like, "Don't talk about my son like that. Y'all can get off my property." It makes sense what Malaya's stepsister is saying. It sounds legitimate now because she didn't want to discuss it.
Does.
She didn't want to discuss
it. It does.
She tried to gloss over it.
Exactly, because to her, Malaya's bad and her son's good, and that's normal for a mother to do, but it's not normal for a mother to go above and beyond, because she said she doesn't accept friend requests.
Mm-hmm.
So how did you get here, ma'am? How did you get in this group? Like, who is it that you got in contact with to come into this group to talk to these groups of people here in this particular group about stuff you're choosing not to tell anyone else? It's strange.
And nobody pressed her. Like, nobody said, "Okay, come on, Granny, you know why you kicked him off the property. Don't lie to us." Right? So nobody pressed her.
Because then exactly, and that's exactly why you always say don't make friends with any of these people, because when you come to the situation like that, you're more likely to be like, I'm not going to hurt this lady's feelings, or I'm not going to ask her anything hard. She's going to go away and never come back or ever talk to me again. So, but that's not how we get answers here.
No, you got to ask the hard questions. If you don't ask the hard questions, you're cheating Jack and Lily, because the kids deserved for the hard questions to be asked.
Exactly. She sounded like she cared more about her wolf dog than she did about anyone else. Oh, the poor dog's losing its hair.
Yeah.
How about the kids are gone? Like, where are these children? I don't give a damn about your dog.
Yeah, yeah.
That pissed me off. But otherwise, I think she was just kind of like pushed up there to say what she needed to say in Daniel's behalf, because Daniel's watching everything, and that's suspicious also to me.
Wasn't our Walmart delivery supposed to be here by 1?
I meant to tell you about that.
They cancel it?
They didn't actually have that in stock, and they don't have it anywhere else. I actually called about that. I meant to tell you that. That was before you woke up this morning.
Okay. Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
It happens. We'll figure it out.
All right.
All right. Bye, babe.
Bye.
I was wondering why my delivery wasn't here. I was like, where's my shit at? Damn, Walmart. You know how you say Walmart got everything? Apparently they don't. Apparently they don't. All right, let me open the phone lines back up. I had to let the producer call in and get her thoughts out, because I agree. Dolly.
Jimmy's son, Cobra Kai.
What's up, Johnny?
Hey, brother. Good to see your smiling, wonderful face today. And I like I don't like, but the artistic side of your brain matches up with mine. Breaking. Janie's got a shovel and/or AKA GUN Aerosmith.
Yes, Janie got a shovel.
Moving forward. Yeah, these angels, we all know where they're at. Let's have some common sense. It sucks, but it's the truth. You said it, I said it. Everybody that's got any common sense and a brain between their 2 ears, that God's given them the ability on loan, my gift from God. What is it? To be able to see Bravo Sierra. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
These guys did nothing at all to do anything to protect the children. On the other end of the spectrum, they did their best to defile them, dishevel them, and now they're gone. And that's ridiculous. And these people need to be put somewhere, and they need to be pressed and pressed hard until we get the damn truth. They ran off of a script, Jimmy son, from the very moment. They all scripted it between the two of them, and then moreover, the mom probably too. And for all we know, Granny's all doing something weird as well. But at the very least, please, the Royal Mounted Canadian Police, please take these people and, hey, oh my God, I've got some ideas, but I can't say them here on YT. But anyway, Vasana said, I am upset, just like everybody else in your wonderful audience and people around the world that have watched these cases. We got to get, one thing has got to be changed globally. I don't think it'll happen, but maybe we can press hard in a couple of countries. When it comes to children, that's it. You're done, period. We need to show something that says, hey, you mess with the kids, it's over for you. You don't get any appeals. You know, a jury of your peers said, you're guilty, Holmes. That's it. We give you a 90-day window. Why we give you a 90-day window? Well, because we're not too barbaric, but we want to prove a point. You know, you took a life, not just a life. We're not talking 60, 70 years old. That would be horrible too. We're talking a child not even of the age of accountability, doesn't even get to see any kind of future. And I think, I don't know, I won't speak, I don't have a mouse in my pocket, Jimmy-san, but I like to think I'll make it north instead of south someday when I leave my mortal coil here. But I ain't trying to get there too quick, you understand?
Yeah.
And so that's why I have a heart for these little ones. And yes, I would like to, I can't say what I would do, but I would get the answers. But anyway, brother, I love you. And what more else can you tell me that I don't know about this? Is it just as weird to you as it is to me?
Yeah, absolutely it is. I think it's a little more cut and dried in a lot of these because it's clear that these people are lying. And if we can't prove anything else, we can prove that they're liars. And to me, if you're lying in the case of a missing kid, you're covering something up. So
yeah, exactly.
I say hang them by their toenails.
Well, what else can we do? I don't know. I mean, really, well, before I break the call up with you, what do you really believe from this point? I know it's all subjective, brother, but tell me your honest opinion on what you think the outcome of this is going to be.
The kids are gone, and I mean with Jesus, and that if they buried them, they may never find these kids. And if one of them don't talk, they may never get arrested. I mean, I pray that ain't the case and they are found and somebody faces justice for it. But right now we're already 2 months in and, you know, not as much as even a slap on the hand for child neglect or lying to the authorities.
Well, in the Army, we used to have a thing called embrace the suck. Unfortunately, this isn't one of those times. We need real results, and we need the people that are responsible for this, the perpetrators, whoever they may be. They need to be prosecuted to the hilt, and they may never see the day of light again. And I'll leave you with this nice little factoid as I work my way out of this call on your great audience, and it's this. They once asked the famous bank robbers, Bonnie and Clyde, they did most of their robberies in Texas, I guess some in Illinois. Hey, why do you guys rob banks? And Clyde said, well, that's where the money is. All right, brother.
All right, peace. That's where the money is, right? I mean, makes sense, right? You know, like when people, you know, you can rob me, but you can be doing it for practice because I ain't got no money, right? So yeah, I guess if you're gonna be a robber, at least rob people with some money. And you know, Cobra Kai is right. The people that have done this to Jack and Lily, they need to pay the consequences for it. Will they? I mean, that's the question. Like, Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, this is Tracy in Alabama again. I forgot
New
to say
RCMP
something.
updates today, I guess.
Granny
LMAO
Sutton said
link.
her dogs didn't like the way that Lily was screaming.
Yeah.
And she took care of them for 2 years, right?
Uh-huh.
Should them dogs not have been used to that scream?
Yes, absolutely.
So why would they still be bothered by it 2 years?
Because I don't think Granny's telling the truth.
There you go.
You know,
thank you very much.
all we know, this dog could have attacked those kids.
They could. They were screaming like that. If they don't like it, they would attack. At least my little crazy dog does.
Yeah, like Even my little dog, he's mean. I don't think he'd kill a kid, but he's a mean one.
No, he wouldn't. My little crazy dog would knock him down and then probably lick him all over the place. But still, after 2 years of her taking care of him, that dog should have been used to him.
Yeah, I agree. And if she would have took some of the anger out of her voice, I may have felt a little bit sorry for her. But she sounded like she was
Dolly,
mad.
change your Trev White shirt.
She was very mad. And also, to the people in the audience, there might be a 4 hours or whatever long video. We're only going by a section, so give Dolly a break.
Yeah. And what I heard was not great. But hey, I appreciate you calling in.
All right, you have a good one again. All right,
peace.
Bye-bye.
Somebody said, Dolly, change your Trev White shirt. Okay, T-Rev White shirt. This is it ain't completely white. It has the Terrifier on it. Okay, you know me, I'm a big horror movie fan, so it is technically a Terrifier shirt. T-Rev is not that cool. Okay, I was born this way, right? And he has to work on it. And he been hanging out with damn. I'm surprised T-Rev ain't covering Jack and Lily. I thought all those Methodists stuck together. Okay, and if you're Methodist out there, religious, we're playing. Don't get offended. But we're talking about a different type of Methodist than the religious Methodists. Okay. So I know there might be some people watching that are actually Methodists, and it's a little offensive to them, but we don't mean it like that. We want you to understand that, right? Praise the Lord, right? Praise Jesus. But this definitely ain't a T-Rev shirt, okay? If it was a T-Rev shirt, it'd be 7 times bigger. All right, his ears would be tucked in his hat, and he'd be door dashing. Okay, so totally different vibe here. Totally different vibe. And this is who I'm going to go meet next week is Art the Clown. Okay, PJ got me that for my birthday. So she got me a meet and greet and a photo op with Art the Clown in full costume, right? So he'll be in his horror movie costume. And of course, I'll get to take a selfie and him sign it. And then I'm going to blow it up into a poster and put it on my wall. Because, you know, I have a life-size Art the Clown statue in my living room, and Freddy Krueger and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So I'm just a big horror movie nerd, you know. So speaking of horror movies, how many of y'all heard about this, the Annabelle doll? Right, somebody sent that to me the other day, but me and PJ was at dinner and we was watching it, and the guy that was touring around with Annabella, right, because the real Annabella doll from the Warrens, you remember the Warrens, they're from the Exorcist, they actually was there too. The Warrens were. So, but they collect items they believe are cursed, and they believe that the Annabelle doll is cursed. Now, there's a guy that's been touring the country showing off the Annabelle doll. He died suddenly at the age of 54 while he was on tour with the Annabelle doll. Okay. The doll apparently killed them. That is crazy, right? I know that doll's going to end up in Vegas, Turtle Gang, because that dude, what is it, Zach Baggins? He's probably one of the biggest collectors of weird voodoo, hexed, cursed, haunted stuff. And I never did get to go to that place when I was in Vegas. But he's probably going to end up with it because, you know, he's rich. And I'm sure this doll is going to sell for a ton of money because the dude that owned it now, just like the Warrens, you know, the Warrens never took it out of the case. They told people not to mess with it. And they kept it locked up in that basement that they had. Now people are touring around with it like it's Motley Crue, and he's dead at 54. All right. 54 is pretty young. You don't like Zach? Okay. The haunted doll. Yeah. How many people believe that? Would you have that doll in your house? I think I would. I think I would. I seriously think I would. I don't want to die. But if somebody came up and said, hey, Dolly, you want Annabella? I would say, hell yeah. Let me get Annabella. Dolly already read the update. So listen, I went one day to buy Freddy Krueger. All right, which sounds weird, but I have a life-size Freddy Krueger animatronic. So he moves around and he plays the Nightmare on Elm Street music and stuff like that. And when I got there, the guy was a tattoo artist. Okay. And he does paintings. I mean, some really good paintings too. So he had this painting of Hellraiser. All right. And I mean, it's badass. And I asked him, I said, hey man, do you want to sell that painting? He goes, I don't think you want that painting. And I was like, why not? He goes, it's cursed. This is what he tells me, right? He says it's cursed. The painting's cursed. He goes, he painted it. Okay, he painted the painting. He said, since I've done it, just bad things have been happening. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, you are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, right? But this is what he said. He said, if you want the painting, and I gave him a couple $100 for it. He said, if you want the painting, you can have it. And you know what Dolly said about the cursed painting. You let me get that. Let me get that. I took that shit right off the wall, right? He lived in a big ass nice house there. I was like, whoop, that shit's mine, right? You ain't got to say it but once, right? Cursed and all. I'm bringing the devil home tonight, right? So now it's in my the office part. My dining area is PJ's office. So she has the computer and all our Dolly merch, soaps and lotions and all that stuff sits in the dining room. So it's in the dining room looking over all the soap. But allegedly, they said that was cursed. So if somebody came to me and said, Annabella, this dude died at 54. Do you want this doll? Hell yeah. Give it to me. I'd probably sell it, because it's worth so much money. I'd be calling up Zach Baggins and be like, yo, I got the Annabella doll. You know what I'm saying? I need some money. Dolly got to eat, right? I can't eat Annabella, right? But she would be on the auction block. That is for sure. Dolly, check your email. Okay. I got to check my email. Okay. New update. Okay. All right. New update. Not sure if you saw this or not. Just came in my feed. Okay. A reopen in the morning, May 2nd. When please. Okay. Yes, we read that. We read the actual release. This is a story on that news release we wrote where they examined the pink blanket. They had 800 tasks that were associated with this investigation, that they interviewed over 60 people. They polygraphed some of the family. And it says the same thing right now. There are more than 800 tasks associated in this investigation. So it ain't 800 people working on it. They're working on 800 different little things. So yeah, I read that, but thank you for sending it to me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you did anything with Annabella, I would be done. Nope. I mean, do you really believe the doll is cursed? That, to me, I would think that's silly, right? I mean, we went and stayed in an axe murderer's house. You would be scared of a Raggedy Ann doll, PJ? I mean, you wouldn't scared of sleeping in an axe murderer's house with complete strangers in the house. I mean, they were older women, but they were still in the house with us. One of them old women could have been on a 4-wheeler and killed us, right? So I don't think I'm so concerned about the. Now, I would like to see it, right? Like if the Warrens, all the collection of the Warrens. And I don't know, when the Warrens died, did they break up the collection? Did they send it out? Hell to the nope. You're entertaining familiar spirits, demons. I mean, I don't know. Some stuff scares me, like demonic possession scares me. But like Chucky, think about all the movies that, are you scared of Chucky? But then again, people ain't dying around it. You know what I'm saying? And, do you believe the Warrens were legit. I always felt like they were. You know, believe it or not, I always thought the Warrens were legit. The lady was some type of medium, and the dude was working his best to be like a priest. And they worked together good, and they did so many real hauntings and alleged possessions, and they did this as their hobby, right? They didn't charge people to do it. They would just show up. And there has to be something that motivates people to do that, right? Like it's a passion. Like, you know how I show up to see people go to prison. But there's something, and you got to remember, they didn't have a give, send, go. So everything came out of their pocket to travel around to these possessions and these hauntings. And they even represented one dude in court that and was saying that demonic possession is real. It's only been one case where they even considered it in court. And it was this dude, he said he was possessed by the devil, which is a scary thing, because if you believe in God, you got to kind of believe in the devil too, right? And if you believe in the devil, you got to believe that people can be possessed. And there's some people out here that do such horrible things that, Dolly, check your email later. Okay. That they do such horrible things. The only way to explain it is the devil, you know, like, and there's so many people that have committed crimes and have said, and this is scary, the devil made me do it. I always looked at it like that was just an excuse. Oh, the devil made me do it. But maybe there's something to it. And, you know, but we look at things differently now with medical science, right? Like back in the day, people didn't know what schizophrenia was. Nobody knew what schizophrenia was. Have you ever been around a schizophrenic person? Oh, they're fucking crazy. Crazy. I mean, real severe schizophrenia. Dolly has. And they are crazy. The way they can switch who they are and the personality switch right along with it. It is nuts when they be answering in the third person and shit. It is crazy. So back in the day, if somebody would have done that, you would have thought they were possessed by the devil. Now we know they need some Thorazine, right? They need some medicine because their brain is, you know, let's put them to sleep for a little while. They need to nod out. Nap time, right? You know what I'm saying? But we didn't know that back in the day. And people like that would have thought you was a witch, or they would have thought you was possessed by the devil, and really there's medical science reasons why people do the things they do, you know, or the devil made people do it. Yes, your friend had schizophrenia, but wasn't too bad. Dolly, I think you're intentionally inviting stuff into your home. I don't have to invite stuff into my home. My house is the most haunted house on the block. Okay. I live next to a graveyard. I've never told y'all that. There's damn graves on my property. Now you can walk outside and step on a grave right now. There's graves on the property. So yeah, I've seen shit move in this house, like fly off live. Well, I've been live. I was sitting here one day, my phone was sitting up there. It flew off and hit me in the foot. Right, left a big ass bruise on my foot. No wind, no window open, AC ain't on, right? And the shit, I came in one day and an ashtray was sitting on the coffee table, and the ashtray flew right off the coffee table. Like it was on a slip and slide, right off the coffee table. And I was like, if that ain't the craziest one, I'll tell you something I can never explain. Never explain. And there may be a scientific reason for this, and maybe y'all can help me out with this, right? Because I still think there's a scientific reason how this can happen. Because, you know, the world, you know, Tesla and energy all around this kind of thing. I come in the house one day, and there's a lamp sitting on the kitchen counter, okay? And the lamp is blinking, like it's going on and off. And I'm thinking the bulb is about to blow. You know, because you know how before a bulb usually blows, it'll blink a couple times and it'll be like poof, and it's done. I thought the bulb was about to blow. So I was like, okay, let me unplug it. I go to unplug the lamp, and the damn lamp is not plugged in. Okay, it's not plugged in at all. right? And I'm standing there, and I'm talking to the lamp. Is it a spirit? Are you a spirit? And the lamp is blinking, right? And I'm like, what the hell? And then, but it was real stormy that night, right? Like it was, electrical storm, kind of lightning and stuff like that. And so I what do you do in a situation like that? So I get on Google. I'm trying to Google, can this be a natural occurrence? Can a light bulb just light up without no power? And you guys can think I'm crazy or whatever, but shit, I know what I saw. I know what I saw. So this house has been haunted for a good while. Even before this house was here, when the old house was here, because the old house got tore down, we built a new house here on this property. And it was an old farmhouse. And when I was young, my room was in the attic. Okay. It was like a big space that covered the whole top of the house. And it was one gigantic room. And I used to have my drums and guitars and all my music stuff up there. So, it was like a jam spot. And at that time, I'm a teenager. I have a box spring and a mattress just on the floor. There's no bed frame or anything to it. It's just a basic box spring and a mattress on the floor. And so I go out to this concert at the boathouse. I still remember the whole night good. I go out to the concert. I get home. It's kind of late. I'm tired, right? I'm like, okay, I'm going to go up here, crash out. I go up. I lay in the bed. So I'm laying in the bed. And let me tell you this. Now, this house is an old ass farmhouse from like the early 1900s, like slave days type shit, right? And it's creaky, right? The whole house makes noises. Like the stairs, if you walk up the stairs, you can hear every stair. You can hear every door. You can hear everything in the damn house makes noise. It needed the whole house needed to be sprayed down with WD-40. I swear, shit you not, everything made noise. So you could hear people walking around in the house. You could hear somebody open a door. It wasn't like Jack and Lily's house where the doors didn't make no noise. So I'm laying in the bed and I'm in that state of where I'm almost asleep. All right. I'm comfortable. I'm relaxed. I'm probably 2 seconds from nodding off into dreamland. And I feel, this is no lie, feels like a hand on my leg. All right. Now here's another key to this story. My lamp that was up there, for most older people out here, you remember the touch lamps? You touch it and it cuts on. It ain't got like a knob or nothing. You can just touch it twice and it gets brighter. Anybody remember the touch lamps? You just touch it and it cuts on. Touch it, it turns off. So I had one of those bands, those lamps that set beside my bed. And this scares me to this day, right? That's the only thing that's ever really scared me in this house is I felt what appeared to be a hand on my leg, right? And I'm laying there thinking, what the fuck is touching me, right? And at that point, it shoved my leg. Like it was soft. It was like somebody, like I'm going to use my arm as an example. Like it was like this, right? And then all of a sudden it went like that. And I reached over, boom, and hit the lamp, right? That fast, just as fast as I just showed you guys. The room lights up. There's nothing, right? Nothing there, right? I'm like, at this point, every hair on my body is standing straight up like a cat. Like, oh, shit. I grabbed my pillow. I brought my ass downstairs. I never slept up there again. Never. I was like, nah. I would go back up there like to mess with my musical instruments and stuff like that. But I never slept up there again after that. And that's probably one of the scariest things that ever happened to me in this house. All right. And then that house got tore down and a ranch got built here because that was a 2-story house. Now there's a 1-story house that sits in the same spot. And I still be seeing things like move and out of place. And like I said, that lamp blinking, I've seen that. And I really don't like to tell people because it sounds like I'm crazy, right? You crazy. That shit didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want to sound nuts because I know I'm not nuts. I know what I experienced And it just sounds crazy to say it because, you know, a lot of people don't believe in the spirit world at all, you know, but there's something more than what it appears to be. There's another, like behind the veil or something, right? And then, of course, the Georgia incident where Quentin Simon's ghost ran out. That is crazy, right? I don't know if it's just like I'm a magnet to this, you know. But like I said, I'm not really scared of horror movies, and I really ain't scared of shit. That scared me. Okay, the whole hand thing, that really scared me. And I try to chop it up and think of, you know, was I asleep? Was I dreaming this? Right? The touching of my leg? Because I was in that point of where I was almost about asleep. Right? I was in that awake but kind of sleep state. And I just thought, well, maybe I'm tripping. And it did, you know, I'm dreaming it. I was far enough asleep that I was starting to dream. And that's what happened. But even if you chalk it up to that, how do you explain the light? Unless there's some scientific reason that, you know, that a light bulb can light up without there being power plugged into it, you know. That's when you're most open, says Ricky Lynn. I mean, I don't know. And you got to remember, we went to one of the most haunted houses around, Lizzie Borden's, and stayed in her room. I slept like a baby. Okay, I slept good. And there's a picture of Lizzie on the wall staring at me, right? I slept good as a bitch. Just nothing, right? But I did leave everybody change because you're supposed to leave change because her daddy was frugal. And if you leave him money, he won't haunt you or come home with you. So there's all these little cups on the dressers in Lizzie Borden's house the way you leave change in it so the ghosts don't haunt you. Now listen, y'all don't super chat me or hit up my Ghost and Go. I'm gonna haunt y'all's ass, okay? That's the kind of ghost I'm gonna be. The ghost gotta eat, right? So you gotta pay the ghost, right? I'm like, damn, that's a first, right? That's a first. You gotta leave money for Lizzie and her daddy, and every dresser in the house has a little bowl on it full of change from all the people that have been there and dropped change into the bowl. So remember this: if I ever die, you better give to Dolly, or I'm haunting your ass. Okay, like Annabella. I know that was a long rant, way off topic, right? But I figured I'd share that because we were discussing, you know, the person dying with the Annabelle doll. The devil is those who harm children. Matthew 18:6. I agree with that. It's the worst. It's the worst. You know, to see somebody, and what's even worse is when somebody's supposed to love you and care for you, but them are the ones that hurt you. That is horrible. They got to make money on everything, I guess. You know, I bought that axe. I bought a bunch of stuff while I was there. I bought some t-shirts. I bought an axe so I could run around axing people while I was there, PJ, mostly. And I still haven't uploaded the videos from that. But people from the live stream were already pulling out like shadowy like images of it. And I still have all the videos on this camera from where we did the light ball in the children's room. And the spirit box. Oh, that was crazy. The spirit box stuff. It said Borden when we was in there. It said to get out. I mean, clear as day said get out. Get out. I'm like, damn, no, we ain't. We paid $400. You get out. Right? I ain't leaving shit. You better possess me. You want me to leave? Because I ain't leaving. This shit costs way too much money for you to be telling me to get out after it's on my credit card, right? Well, on PJ's credit card, right? I ain't leaving. You better leave, right? I paid to be here. Did you? Right? So, Kent, you know Durwood? That might be Durwood. He got 37 aliases, okay? I don't like spirit boxes. All right, I'm going to open the phone lines back up for a couple minutes, and then, of course, I'm going to get out of here. I gave y'all the video of what Daniel's mom said. If we get more of that video together, or more of what she said, of course, I will come up here and play it for you. I gave you the RCMP update, which is really no update. It's really not much to it. Just that they're looking and they're investigating. And somebody says can't call in. Nova Scotia lifer. Okay. Well, the number's up there. You're more than welcome to call in. And let me check this Give, Send, Go just in case anybody else donated. I can thank you before I forget. Let me refresh it. Okay. SJ. Safe travels. Thank you, SJ. Thank you for the donation, and thank you all you guys that have donated today to help me not stay in a crack hotel. All right. Big buds suck. So share this story, and this gives to the Gibson Go. This is my prosperity preaching today. I went to see the UFC, right? And I went and seen it in Washington, D.C. And tickets.
I'm a gift to you before you leave this earth. Smiley face emoji.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. So I decided I was going to go to the UFC last minute. Okay. So I bought a ticket online. Somebody was scalping a ticket. So I buy a ticket and I drive up to DC. Now I ain't got a lot of money. I ain't a rich YouTuber. And this is before I was even YouTubing. So I broke as shit. I don't know how I even got. Well, I'll finish it in a minute. Dolly.
Hey, it's me, Leah from Missouri.
Hey, how's it going?
Right. See, I told you like over a month ago it was Daniel's mom, right?
You think it's Daniel's mom?
I told you that over a month ago.
Okay, I can't remember everything.
Oh, wait. All that.
This is the damn psychic girl.
Yeah, the blast. Don't say damn.
No, Spirit Whisperer. You the Spirit Whisperer. I remember who you are now.
Listen though, the only thing to fear is spirit self. If you're afraid of like some kind of doll, then that doll will have like, some kind of something that'll make you afraid. It's all in your head, really.
What about the dude dead?
What about the dude's dad?
Yeah, I mean, the Annabella doll and the guy died that was carried.
Annabella.
Just coincidental?
I think that would you make it? Like if he believed that he was cursed, then he was cursed.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like something only has so much power. You only let something have power over you. You know what I mean? Regardless of it's, especially if it's an object. Who's going to be afraid of some object, But spirits.
The Warrens were. The Warrens were, and they actually did more exorcisms in their life than anybody else on the planet, and they were scared of it.
Well, we all have enough energy inside of us to light the largest city on earth for 2 weeks. So when you give something energy, thought, you know what I'm saying? That's why, I say that anything that a child can imagine is like truth. No joke. Like, if you believe it enough, it's real. As well, my religion is like belief. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
If somebody believes in hell, or they know if they're like bad enough that they deserve to go to hell, like people that hurt children, they already know. So they know what they're going to find. So I think we create everything. We create. It's like the law of attraction type thing, but everything has energy. Everything's alive. You know what I'm saying? And if a bunch of people are afraid of some doll, then that doll's got some kind of
psychological power over you, is what you're saying.
Right. Well, I mean, you can do stuff to your own self. You know what I mean? The only time I've ever got pulled over is when I was worried or tripping. I was worried about getting pulled over.
Well, we got a call coming in for Nova Scotia. So
all right, one last thing.
All right.
What do you call two lesbians in a canoe?
What do you call two lesbians in a canoe? I don't know what.
Fur traders.
Call what?
Fur traders.
Third graders?
No, fur traders.
Fur traders. Oh, okay. All right. All right, peace. You be good.
All right, later.
Or that one went over my head. Two lesbians in a canoe, fur traders. I don't know what the hell that even means. Okay. This is what 2025. Ain't a whole lot of fur going on. All right, Nova Scotia callback. Okay, I was dealing with the Spirit Whisperer there, so it took a minute. Lord. Nova Scotia lifers. Yes, we need Malaya and her mother to speak, or we have to wait till the RCMP finish their investigation. Absolutely. All right, Nova Scotia. Dolly! Yes. Hello. I can barely hear you. You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, I know because I'm in Nova Scotia area, so that's why I told you to report over here.
Yeah, you sound like you're on a UFO in outer space. I don't know. You're breaking up pretty bad.
No. Okay, hold on. Am I live now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear me now? Right now?
Yes.
Okay, so I have to stand in the middle of the driveway. Okay, so I'm calling in regards to Jack and Lily. You know what? A lot of talk, a lot of bullshit. I tell you one thing. I believe police is covering someone's ass. Okay, I met those people 2 years ago at one of the farmers market in the area, and I can tell you, definitely the guy Daniel is not involved. And I'm.
Did you say Daniel's not involved? You were breaking up a little bit.
No, I don't think. No, Daniel is just helping to cover the story. He made me not really even aware what really happened. Okay, in a way, I'm a clairvoyant. Okay, I don't like to call myself anything. Okay, I have certain abilities. And like you just said, you were talking about your house is haunted. Yes, I end up living in a haunted house in Nova Scotia. So maybe those two ghosts that I have are helping me with that as well. So I cannot tell you, let me explain you my process. I cannot tell shit about anybody unless I physically meet them. So the energy is interfered, yes? I call it my little quantum physics interaction. So I met those people 2 years ago. They were at the farmer's market, okay? And from what I saw, Daniel was actually the one, he was with his two kids from the previous marriage. Those two girl and a boy were there. And Jack, I'm assuming he was 2 at that time, and Lily was 4. So Lily was holding to mother's leg, and mom wasn't really interested. She was, I don't know, with another female looking at some items. Daniel was the one that was really supervising and watching the kids. And the vibe that I got, okay, so you see, I don't have a memory when it comes to people, but when that incident happened, those kids got missing, I kind of got into that case about a week later. So then I started getting into my little funny trance sessions, okay, to get back to the situation where I saw them and to kind of recall the whole thing. So I tell you one thing, there was a guy, okay, 2 years ago that was at that market at the same time they were, and I kind of have a feeling that he's involved.
Was he with them?
Person, I'm not gonna.
Was he with them?
I'm
was
sorry?
he with them at the market?
No, he wasn't with them. It was like I kind of have a feeling that he was stalking them. He was watching them. He was there for a reason. Okay, the individual that lives in Pictou County as well.
Okay, you gotta step away from Janie in the pothole. You got to move over a little bit.
No, dear.
Now I can hear you.
You know what?
Now I can hear you. You're good.
Can you hear me now? Okay. This individual, okay, it's been giving a lot of interviews at the beginning, and I think he was also kind of involved in the search. In my opinion, he was too involved, okay? It's like he kind of stepped in to cover it up, okay? I give you my theory on the situation, okay? On that day, on May 1st, where supposedly they were seen somewhere in New Glasgow area, possibly they were together at the Walmart, wherever. The police didn't really confirm where the video surveillance is coming from. But I'm like I say, my abilities telling me that Daniel split at that time with Melania, and he just took off with the friend, whatever. And then Melania continued with the day. That day was a Thursday, May 1st, was the first day of a beautiful sunny day in Nova Scotia. What do you do on that day when you are a woman?
I don't know.
You think about gardening. Okay. You think, you know. So I think she stopped somewhere else. The incident, okay, happened somewhere in one of the businesses in that area. And they're being offered a lot of money to cover it up. That's my theory. And that's my, like I say, my freaking heavenly abilities. I called police eventually. I give them the color of the car that I see.
What color car did you
give them? Okay, should I say it? Am I gonna compromise because I think I was right on because they already sent 2 undercover cops to my property to check on me. from some crazy fuck or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So the info that, and also I give them a location, yes, precise location. And there was actually far away, probably about, I don't know, 20, 30 miles south from there where they live. And a few weeks later, they in fact did search. They didn't announce it as part of this investigation, but there was a Facebook post that people shouldn't be aware of the big RCMP presence. They're just doing some search. Yes.
Uh-huh.
And another thing, they wouldn't, waste resources to come and, kind of look at the person that calls with the information to, you know what I mean? To check on them, yes, if the information wasn't in a way accurate. And another thing, you see, with the channeling, it's not like boom, boom, boom. You get the list of things and, everything is solved.
Uh-huh.
Those things, like, for example, I have the best thing when I fast for about 3-4 days. Then I get into the vibrational kind of mood. Okay, that's where I'm able to channel. I'm getting a full sentences. So I get a sentence Uncle Bob got there in the morning. Okay, that was the biggest significant thing. Then other things started coming. That's why I think that person, like I said, the person that owns a business in the area is actually having a public position in that county, and he was giving a lot of interviews at the beginning. I'm not saying he's personally involved, but he's aware of the whole thing. What I would check if I was a police, I would actually check who the fact is the boyfriend of Jenny, because supposedly Jenny was on a date that night or whatever, was supposed to be on the date. And that gentleman possibly is married, and like I said, public figure. So, should I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, another significant thing, second phone call, when I called the RCMP, I got to feel, at first you call, you kind of give your information if you want to be public. I mean, public, I have nothing to hide, so they have my address, they have my name, they have my phone number. And then next day or 2 days later, one of the investigators call you, yes, to get more details. And I had a feeling when I started talking about the individual that I have the feeling about, he just dropped the phone. And you know what? I'm not serious, because if any, I'm not hundreds of kilometers away, but if anything that matches, they should send someone to my house, talk with me, because, talking with people on the phone and telling them, oh, I'm a convoyant, I have this and this message. Not everybody believes.
Okay, you're breaking up bad again. You're breaking up really bad.
Okay. Better now?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Hold on. What about now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. So yeah, so I think they're covering something, and there is a lot of money involved. They're being paid to not. And another thing, in this, I'm not originally from here, as you can hear probably from my accent.
Uh-huh.
So, kind of when I moved here originally, I mean, I love the nature, this and that. I have a very private life. I have my, little group of friends. I don't really care about anybody else. But during this case, I figured out that you never know, like every neighbor is a freaking RCMP informant.
Yeah.
Because at some point, after giving those calling RCMP a couple of times and giving those tips, even my neighbors started visiting me, yes, and started telling me, like, oh, those people, they fix their issues themselves, they don't, they do the justice themselves, okay? It was like, you better shut the fuck up, because they're gonna, I don't know what he meant by saying that, but
okay,
there are kids involved.
Well, look, hey, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, peace. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Sherry in Nova Scotia.
Hey, Sherry.
Just, I wanted to give you a little bit of an idea of what's going on with the group. So It's a private Facebook group.
Uh-huh.
Jane came in, said that she would answer questions. So we asked the questions through Messenger to the admins,
Mm-hmm.
and then the admins asked each question to Janie so that she could answer each of them and have time.
Okay.
So basically, what you guys are hearing is like there's hours of audio.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are hearing a very, very tiny bit, and you're not hearing the questions associated with what she's saying. So that's why it doesn't make sense to you. And I can't get into it a whole lot because I did myself say that I would not take anything outside of that group. But a lot of this will be on the CBC interview that's going to air on Friday.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Why is it so private though? What's with the privacy?
Well, it's a private group for one, and she came in and felt comfortable.
What group is it? What Facebook group is it?
It's just one of the Lily and Jack.
Okay, well, I'm a member, so it shouldn't be so private. I joined all the groups. I think I joined all of them.
The private one isn't. You probably are not. No, I know for a fact.
Oh, I'm not. See, I didn't get invited to the P. Diddy parties. I didn't get invited to the private Facebook. I get no respect. Like, I'm like the Rodney Dangerfield of YouTube.
Well, in all honesty, she didn't want this all out. She wanted to wait until the interview came out.
Uh-huh.
And unfortunately, there were two people, Taylor and Melissa, actually, that decided to take all of this outside of the group. So, and they're only giving you half-assed little bits here and there.
I mean, if it's being misunderstood, let's say we're taking things out of context because it's not all there.
Mm-hmm.
Why not release all of it to the public? Because now some of it's out and it don't look good what she said. It kind of looks like, it took the bad pieces. And what about the good stuff she said?
Of course they did, because they're shit disturbers, and they also got kicked out of the group, obviously, and they're just out to make people miserable. But again, the CBC interview is going to cover all of this.
Or
every bit of
maybe they're out there to spread what's going on. This information needs to be get out there. So, the thing about this is when something goes on, we want every bone out the closet, right? I want to know every piece of dirt, everything everybody says. I'm nosy.
Of course.
I'm nosy. That's why I'm a YouTuber. That's why I'm in true crime, because I'm nosy as hell. And this information I've been looking for days, when it should be out there. Why tell a couple people if you ain't going to tell everybody?
Because again, these people did it, and I'm sure you've heard from them. They probably do have it all.
I know. I asked who posted it to give it to me. Of course, I'm going to ask for it.
Well, Melissa posted it.
Who is it?
Melissa.
Melissa.
One of them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And the other one is Taylor, and I can't think of her last name right now.
Okay, I got to track them down so I can get the rest of it.
Well, like I said, if you listen to the CBC interview on Friday, you're going to get all.
Yeah, but I don't want to wait to Friday. I don't want to wait 20 minutes. I want to hear that shit now.
Well,
I mean, that's just me personally. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I can't give it to you. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm a person of my word. But definitely listen on Friday, and then I guess we can talk about it then.
Let me ask you this: do you have it?
Absolutely.
Then why'd you record it if it was supposed to be private?
Well, I didn't record it. I have access to the group where it all is.
Oh, okay. All right. Gonna keep my eyes on you. Now I know, and now I know you ain't gonna share. What if I don't tell and I just listen to it?
I'd have to ask Janie that question.
All right, because it can make people have a different opinion of her if I'm only going off of 17 minutes where she's saying, Lily's scream is annoying as shit. I mean, that don't make her look good. I'd like to hear the parts that make her look good and may make some of us feel sorry for her and that she may be telling the truth. Like, she clearly lied, right? She said she didn't know what happened in that fight, and she glossed right over why she kicked them off the property. And then you got Janie's stepsister alleging that it was over the Methodist church, but yet she goes, oh, I don't know why it was, and she knows damn good and well what it was about.
Okay.
I mean, would you?
Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? So it don't make her look good. It looks like she's glossing over things. She sounds angry. I like to hear the parts where she sounds like a loving, caring woman.
Well, I mean, would you be upset? She doesn't have access to her other grandchildren now.
Yes,
because of
I
all of it.
understand. I understand. I look at both sides of everything. That's why I would like to have the rest of it, because there may be something I'm taking out of context. So,
Well,
like,
two more sleeps, you'll have the rest of it.
I can't do it.
I'll call you
I'm going to
back.
track it down. Okay, I'm going to track it down. I guarantee you that. I will have that shit by the night. All right, you be good. It was awesome talking to you.
Take care, man.
All right, peace.
Bye.
Oh, we hunting that shit down like a bloodhound. Okay, you know my people are gonna be all on that. Over the Methodist Church. What the? No, it's code word. Okay, code word. It's just a code word. And they wasn't really fighting over the Methodist Church. It's the thing that they said he was under the influence of some substance, and they found it, and he was in the bathroom, and then they got to fighting over it, and then Janie kicked everybody off the property. And then when she got up here and talked about it, she said, I told the RCMP, I don't know what they were fighting about. Then why'd you kick them off the property if you don't even know what it's over? And then she said they were shooting off at the mouth. What they were doing was bitching about him being under the influence. And that made her mad, and she kicked him off the property. So do we believe what she says? And if I am taking things out of context, that's even more reason to release it. I mean, 17 minutes of it is out now. The 17 minutes does not paint her in a good light. Now, I have to say, I did feel sorry for when she was crying, and you know, that if she's telling the truth, you know, the regret, and you know, everybody goes through that. Well, if I'd have been there, this wouldn't have happened. I get it. I understand that. So if it's out there and these girls got it, ladies, I know you're watching this. Hit up my inbox and share that with me. I didn't make no promises to anybody that I wouldn't share it. Okay. I'm just saying I did. I'm sharing it all. Unless then I won't. I'm going to say this. There were some people that sent me some information the day before yesterday. They said, Dolly, don't read this out loud. Don't tell this. And I didn't. I still haven't. And to that person that sent me that, give me a little more if you can. Okay. Give me, and I didn't, you watched the channel. I haven't mentioned one thing you said. Okay. But your information is, I find to be credible. And I like to know those things, even though if I don't discuss it, I can drop clues. You know what I'm saying? I can drop little hints, right? So there's some things I know in this case that I can't say myself. I get it. There's some things that are private going on, and that's perfectly fine. I get it. But this is an interview. This ain't so private, right? People's identities are private, and that's why we're discussing identities. Who is who? Dolly.
Hey.
Hey.
Are you on the phone with somebody?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. Man, why do you keep getting off topic with these damn ghosts and shit? Stay on topic.
What? Okay. I'll try my best. I get a little squirrely. Hello. Okay. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. This is Missy from Ohio.
Hey, Missy.
And hi, I'm calling to comment about those clippings that you
played
today. Yeah, about that Janie. I listening to it, I can't deny that she exhibits some kind of resentment about the kids, complaining about how
the
little girl
is loud. Yeah.
Yeah, her screaming. Like, I heard the videotape of the birthday party where she's like, you know, eh, making that high pitch noise, but that's like out of high school. I was a babysitter. I come from a lot of kids. I have 5 other siblings that I'm second oldest of. And if you're around kids, if you're child friendly, that sort of thing is just it's something that you take note of. What's this behavior? What is provoking this behavior? You're not just going to be like, anybody that hears this kid can't stand it. I couldn't stand hearing the little boy talk. She obviously comes across as not child friendly. So it seemed very performative that she's saying things to the effect of, these are her grandkids, all that, drama you could hear. I would say probably as fake crying as Daniel exhibited, that's probably where he learned it, from his mother. And I don't believe that they probably passed the polygraph test. We're not probably going to get real answers. They come across as they're trying to get in front of this to damage control so people don't hate them like we found out about that guy in Florida that was molesting the 13-year-old.
Stephen Stearns, yeah.
Yeah. Nobody was like, he's in the social circle he traveled. They thought it was a little odd, but nobody was like hating him like this guy is, a predator.
Yeah.
He's a PDF or whatever they call.
Hey, he's definitely a monster. I can't wait to see him cry.
I don't understand how somebody can turn out like that in modern day society.
I don't know. I think it's easier. I grew up reading books on serial killers, and it ain't that I like killing. Yeah. It's I wonder what goes through somebody's mind that makes them snap, exactly. Right? Because
you have to, so you can read people around you for your own.
And if we go back and we look at, let's just say Ted Bundy, they asked Ted Bundy why he did what he did, and Ted Bundy said pornography caused him to want to hurt women. He blamed it on pornography. Okay, so
I don't believe
that's just what he said. Right. I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying that he said that, once he got into the porn and stuff like that, it was degrading of women, and he just continued to do horrible stuff to women. Let's just say for a second that it is true. And that type of material has created a serial killer in our world. Right. Look at where we're at today with far as pornography and violence and killing on TV. If we were creating serial killers in the 70s with just that little bit of softcore, think about what this hardcore stuff is doing to people's minds today. And I'm talking about, ropes and chains and 50 Shades of Grey type shit. You know what I'm saying? Where it's a little more extreme now than it was in, just say, the 70s and 80s. And it's way more acceptable, to do these things.
Got your P. Diddy.
P. Diddy, look at P. Diddy, Epstein, and all these monsters that we're learning about. And I think it's
that are tolerated.
Yes, and because society is creating these monsters, you're a product of your environment.
100%, I agree.
So it may be something to that.
Yeah, but I get the impression that Daniel is a little bit competitive, probably his age, and the drugs puts him closer to a mid-age crisis scenario, competitive with, like, his mom and the
well, he don't need to get rid of the kids.
Herself to Malaya.
He needs to buy a Corvette like everybody else that goes through a midlife crisis. That's why I got one sitting out there now.
Well, I think he's competing for female attention, perhaps, because he has mommy issues. Look what he's dealing with. Mommy's still in his backyard and whatever going on with those dynamics. But her saying she paid more attention to Malaya's kids, like, she can't judge somebody else. She's you know, half the time she's saying she's watching the kid every day in the morning, then how does the kid go missing?
Yeah.
If she's bashing Malaya, you can't, you know, both sides. You can't blame Malaya that she wasn't watching her kid when she says she's the one that was, you know, regularly watching him every single day and all that stuff. She's just, you know, contradicting, you know, they're contradicting their stories. And it did sound scripted when she first came out saying the timeline and stuff like that. Obviously, that's what they're working on. The same with, like, and I, you know, I don't want to talk about other, you know, YouTube channels on your channel, but I have watched a couple other interviews with like the Wells and that sort of thing, and on some of the other whatever channels, and Don Wells has come out and has admitted that he used to take what's her name, Summer, into the bathroom shower with him.
Yeah, he did.
And because like it I don't know how soon you heard about some of these, but like even worse inappropriate things.
Well, you know, I've been covering the Summer Wells case for almost 4 years, and I went to Ben Hill Road and met with Don and Candace, sat with them and talked with them, hung out with them.
And that's what worried me. I sort of had the impression that you were persuaded by them that they had nothing to do.
No. I'll still tell you, I think they cover up the murder of the death of Summer Wells. Still, that's what I told them when I was there, and they were trying to convince me that I was wrong. But I stuck with my guns. I said, hey, I think y'all covered this up. Something tragic happened. Y'all didn't know what to do, and y'all covered it up. And they were trying to convince me that that wasn't the case. But that was our conversation. It wasn't nothing like, oh, I'm nice to meet you, Don and Candace. They didn't like me at first. They couldn't. Candace was looking at me like she wanted to bite me in the face, like a pit bull, you know, and talking about how what I do is strange and weird. But as I sat there and talked with them, they opened up a little bit more. You know, they're people too. They're just weird ass people.
Yeah, I heard, you know, some of the background on Don, that his family, you know, he grew up but then got tangled up with drugs and was stealing from his dad, and his dad was just stepdad or something, just like I don't want him to get
and as far as messing with his sister and stuff like that.
I listened to their interview, and they 100% think that he has a lot to do with what happened. And it does seem convenient that whenever child services are involved in these cases of, like, you know, the child services are like, they don't want to do the like counseling of the parents, explaining to them this is, you know, this is not what the kid needs, this is what the kid needs, or anything like that. And you know, I think the reason, like, a lot of times
I am so confused about the missing Jack and Lily. Dolly, don't hold back.
Local
praying gesture emoji.
Don't really aggressively go after prosecuting the caregivers or whatever that are liable for the, you know, protection of the kids, is because, like with the Madeline Soto in Florida, she was meeting with a psychiatrist once a week, and she's on that medication that probably Stefan was using to overdose her, you know, over sedate her, and because that's what she's treated for, anxiety. How come this professional child psychologist or psychiatrist can't ask her questions like, is somebody touching you at night that's causing you to, you know, be kicking and fighting it when you're having these night terrors and stuff like that? That, what's her name, her mom or relatives could sue, you know, the whatever, if it's like a local school associated psychiatrist.
Hold on 1 second.
Lived next to graveyard for 20 years. Experienced strange things, but was never scared.
And push that liability off on them, saying, you know, I'm just following what the professionals told me. They don't think there's anything wrong with her being subjected to this guy. Who am I to argue? This is their blame, not mine. And she could get out that way.
I don't know. Hey, but look, I appreciate you calling. We're running out of time. Okay.
All right. Glad I got through.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing what you do.
All right. No problem. Peace. Okay. I want to address this real quick. And this goes into the Don and Candace Wells thing. Now, listen, my intent when I went to meet with them was not to take up for them. But I don't come up here and lie, right? A lot of people have painted a narrative of Don and Candace Wells as the boogeyman. Okay? They may be the boogeyman. Right? They may be. I'm not saying that they're wrong. I can only tell people what I experienced when I was with them that day, right? My truth of what I experienced and what I seen. All right, people didn't want me to say that the house was clean, right? There was people that got mad at me, were calling me names and things like that. Now, the reason the social services were called on Summer Wells and came out there the day before, and they spoke with Summer Wells, is because Don Wells, and I learned something from Don Wells. I never knew this, but I seen it on a show the other night too. And they do it when they're knocking in pylons, when they're building buildings. So I'm out there. Don has a ton of BB guns. What somebody did was called to social services and said that the kids were shooting guns on the property. All the kids, Summer, the brothers, and Summer was on the roof of the house. Now there's a little area of the house that goes down, and Summer would climb up there. So should she be on the roof of the house? Absolutely not. But was she on the roof of the house? She absolutely was. Okay. And Don knew she was climbing up there. She never got hurt. She climbed up there a ton of times and she was shooting BB guns. But this ain't the thing. The thing is this. He has a little bottle of diesel fluid, like gasoline, diesel, like you put in a diesel truck. And he has these pellet guns. And what I didn't know, I didn't even know this, that you can take a little bit of diesel fluid, they call it dieseling, and you put it in the chamber of the pellet. And when you put it in the BB gun, when the rod hits the pellet, it causes a spark, which causes the diesel to unite. So the pellets shoot out like a .22 rifle. Okay, so I was out there with Don Wells, and he was showing me how to do it. Right? And I'm talking about, it would shoot from his house to Jody Sue Brown's. Right? I mean, it shoots far. And Don said some things of what they were shooting at, but I ain't going to go and tell all his business, right? But this is what the social services came out there for, because I was doing it myself from the hill. All right, I was out there with the BB guns, and they're putting the diesel fluid in it. And I'm talking about, like, if you shoot a regular pellet, it's not that powerful. When you put the diesel in the back of the pellet, it is 5 times stronger than if you shoot just a regular pellet, right? It is almost like a .22 rifle or shooting a rifle. This is the reason, and it's louder because there's the combustion of it. And that's why people thought they were shooting guns, is because now the pellet guns sound like .22 rifles. And I was shooting across the holler. Okay, I mean, all the way across the holler with the BB guns. I was out there for a while, me and Don Wells shooting BB guns, right? And he's telling me, they thought that we were shooting guns. And somebody reported that Summer Wells was on the house, like on the roof of the house. And I asked Don, I said, was she on the roof of the house? He said, yeah, she was on the roof of the house. But it has a little part that slopes and comes down to like a flat area on the roof. And she would climb up there and play on the roof. And they always said that Summer liked to climb on everything, and she was a little bit of a spider monkey. Okay. He was shooting handguns at 8 years old. But anyway, and there's only 2 people that lived out there. There's a lady that used to work for Don Wells' mother that lives where the junkyard is. Anybody familiar with that? The junkyard area. She lives right there. And if you're standing on top of the hill at Don's house, you can almost see to their house. And there's Jody Sue Brown. The only 2 people that could have seen them firing these BB guns, right? And I believe Don and Candace believe it was Jody Sue Brown that called the CPS, okay? So the CPS come out and they talked to Summer. right? They didn't take Summer. So if anything would have been wrong with Summer, right? They did speak with Summer in private. And I guess he told them she was shooting a BB gun or whatever it was. And the social services left. If they would have found at that time that Summer Wells was in any kind of immediate danger, they would have took Summer Wells from the house. Okay. But they didn't. So I guess they believe, you know, when Don showed them what he was doing, you know, with the dieseling and they're shooting BB guns. It's not as bad if you say, well, the kids are out here shooting BB guns. There's boys, right? They're boys. But if you sitting there saying your kids are out there shooting rifles, it sounds a little bit worse. So it was reported as they were shooting guns, not BB guns. So, and that's what I will say in their defense is I do believe they were shooting the BB guns the way they were showing me, because it does make a big difference. I mean, you can put a pellet through a car door. I was shooting the cars that were on the property, like the bus, and they got a whole bunch of junk cars and shit. I was shooting the pellet guns. So I believe them in that aspect. Now, what I don't believe is they didn't cover something up. All right. I truly don't believe that. But I remember when everybody got mad at me, right? And they were like, but I knew if I went down to Tennessee with these people, these other YouTubers, they wasn't going to talk to me at all. They wouldn't have let us on the property. They wouldn't have been even spoke with us, right? And in that time, I seen a lot of different emotions. I seen every picture of their family. I seen the family album. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. This is Susan from Maryland.
Hey, Susan.
Hey, I have a couple thoughts on this.
Okay.
For one thing, I think that that grandma's a drunk.
Maybe, I don't know. It's hard for me to tell.
I mean, she sounded so different when she was, you know, even before she started crying. And I just believe, and why would she, when Malaya called her, all the times that were on her list, her papers that she was flipping through were very precise. It wasn't like she called me at maybe 6 something. It was precisely 6:32.
Yeah.
And another thing too is that why would she, when Malaya said that she couldn't talk about it on the phone, why did the grandmother all of a sudden assume that Jack and Lily were dead?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I believe the grandma, Daniel's mom believes they're alive and that she put them in a car. But I haven't heard the whole interview, so I truly don't know.
Right. I mean, I just, like, that struck me when she said the first thing that she thought of when Malaya said she couldn't say it on the phone was that Jack and Lily were dead.
Yeah. And when she went up and they were crying, she thought they were dead.
Oh.
But if I see somebody crying and the kids are missing, I'm going to think something bad happened too.
Yes. Yeah.
You like, I remember my grandma died. I was walking home from school and I seen my mom sitting on the porch crying.
Right. And you knew exactly something was wrong.
I knew my grandma had died. I knew.
Oh.
Right. I knew it because she was old and my mom really didn't get along too great with her mother. But when I seen her sitting out there crying, I knew grandma had died. It was on Halloween.
Oh.
Right. So, I just instantly knew. I knew she was dead. I knew that's what she was crying about. And she didn't have to say a word. I knew.
Yeah.
You know.
And your grandma wasn't sick or anything, you just knew.
Yeah, sick in the head. That lady was crazy as hell. That lady was crazy as hell. She was mean as a rattlesnake. So, yeah, sad to say it, I didn't cry. You know, I mean,
well,
I didn't have the best relationship with the lady.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? I thought she was like an old German lady that was really mean and real strict and just sometimes evil for no reason is how I took it. You know. So, and I can't, if I look back, I can't think of one time she was ever nice to me, you know?
Oh my.
So, but my mom, angel, grandma, a demon.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing too is about, the grandmother is that seems like she was just bashing the children.
Yeah, I know. And
so much. I mean, like, that reminded me of all the cases that I've watched, and I've watched for years now. where the person that usually does it is bashing the children. Like, I don't know if you saw the Shanda Vander Ark.
Mm-hmm.
That case was from Michigan.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
Right. She was like starving her autistic son until he was 15, and he got down to 69 pounds. But she was bashing everything he did, and he was dead, and she was the reason for it. And, and it just, I don't know, everybody seems to be worried about their own reputation and what people out in the media thinks of them, but it seems that none of these players are even concerned about the kids.
Yeah. I thought Grandma played the woe me card. Oh, look what I'm going through, but I'll recover. Lady, we don't care what you're going through. We care about the kids.
Yeah, she says, I'll never get over this. I mean, I believe it's the opposite. I believe she did see the kids, and I believe that she was awake, because she said she got up in the morning and had a cigarette and some tea. So what did she do? Go back to bed?
I guess. I don't know what she did. I don't know what she did.
I'm not.
They were all hungover.
Asking it out loud, she literally said at 6:30 she got up and had a cigarette and some tea, and then the children were missing that morning. So, I believe she saw, and I believe she's an alcoholic. That's my opinion, and I believe that because I could tell the difference in her voice when she was talking on some of the answers and everything that she was reading from a script. And I believe Justin wrote that script because
her
she
son
was really taking up for Justin.
Yeah. And he like he didn't care at all.
Exactly. Sitting on that four-wheeler with his hands behind his head.
Okay. Well, look, hey, I appreciate you calling.
Okay. And have a safe trip.
All right, I will. Thank you.
Okay.
Peace.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, let me close this phone line for 1 minute. Now, listen, I'm going to play this interview again because maybe people are tuning in. They didn't get to hear everything. So I'm going to play some of it for you guys to hear, just in case you're tuning in late. This is the interview with Daniel's mother, 17 minutes of it. I think are important 17 minutes. Now, there may be some other stuff that makes her seem a little bit better of a person, but this doesn't paint her in a good light. Now, guys, I didn't edit this to make anybody sound bad. Okay, I just put all the clips that we could find together so we could hear what she said. So it was no intent of me to go, well, let me put this in a way it makes this lady sound bad. It was nothing like that. Okay, so what you're going to hear is what clips we could find, and by the end of the night, we'll have it. We'll track down the women that recorded it and went rogue. Okay. But, so, and the crazy thing is the lady that said it was private, she recorded it. Why would you record it if it was private? Like, listen, I used to hang out with Bullhorn Betty, and Betty recorded everybody, every phone call, everything that was said, everything that was done. And I always thought it was snaky, right? The only reason you're recording this is to use it against somebody later. There's no reason you should be audio recording my phone call with you unless you plan on blackmailing me with it for something later. Or you might think I'm going to say something that you can use against me. Cindy B, open the phone line, Dolly. You guys stop telling me what to do. Okay, first off, calm your ass down. Stop telling Dolly what to do. If I want to go squirrel, I will climb up a tree and eat every peanut in there before acorn and then come back and talk true crime. Dolly does whatever the hell Dolly wants to do. Okay, sooner you learn that, the better we will all be. Okay, I'm playing this audio because I got to run to the damn bathroom. I've been here for 3 hours. Can I get a damn bathroom break, lady? Okay, I got to take a piss.
On May 1st, nobody was here. On May 2nd, when Jack and Lily disappeared, the people that stayed here on May 2nd was Malaya's 2 great aunts and Malaya's grandmother stayed the night. On that Friday, May 2nd, the ones that were in the trailer, which like was a family reunion, was Malaya's mother, Cindy, Malaya's grandmother, Patty, Malaya's aunt, I don't know her name, I never met her, Malaya's two great aunts, I never met them, and Cindy's boyfriend. We're all in the big trailer, eating, drinking coffee. I don't believe any of them went out searching. On that Saturday, after everybody left, after the fight or the altercation at the end of the driveway, everybody left except Malaya's grandmother Patty was here, and she was going to stay the night. But I think it was Corey, Haley's boyfriend, came and took her. She did not want to leave. But Corey came and took her, and they all left. There was nobody here after that when everybody left on Saturday evening.
She told me that if I interfered in her investigation, she'd have me removed off the property. I told her there was a dog in there. If she didn't even give me the chance to tell me to take my dog out of there. She started shooting off to me. I then let the searchers search my trailer. Malaya let them search my trailer. And on Sunday morning, Mason and 3 other people come in and searched my trailer. They even checked my washer spinner. So I did not refuse to let them search my trailer. I just told Officer Mason there was a dog in there. My dog was protecting his property, and I was scared if she went in there, my dog would have done something. Not that he would have, but you don't know when somebody enters your property without a dog knowing. It was just for her safety and my dog.
The phone lines are back open, people. Just have a little patience. I see somebody say Dolly strong, right? Listen, some people out there like the boss creators around, you may get away with that, not with Dolly. Okay. What I want. Dolly.
Hello.
Hello. You got to turn me down in the background.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to move right away from the computer here. So I'm not going to give my name because I just don't want to, but I am also in the group that Janie was chatting to. I just want to clear up a few more things. First, Sherry did not say she recorded anything. She said she has access to it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I apologize. You're absolutely right.
Secondly, the chat people on this, you guys are more worried about trashing a woman by the sound of her voice than even listening to anything that she's given as far as information. Janie requested for this stuff not to be put public because on top of her just trying to clear up the timeline with stuff so that people stop asking and assuming, she was also sharing with us stories about her time with the kids.
But we don't know what she said because y'all haven't made it public. So what did she clear up? What did she clear up?
It is public though, because somebody else, that Melissa one, shared it all over actually your Facebook group.
Okay,
there multiple times. And they didn't do it to share, but they didn't do it to share information that's useful. They did it in a malicious way because, like your comments right now, everybody's tearing her a new asshole day in and day out. It doesn't matter what she says or doesn't say. She's trying to clear up the timeline, which is also going to be in her interview that comes out on Friday.
But why does everybody sound like they plugging her damn interview like it's a Motley Crue show and y'all selling tickets to it? What does it matter?
We just try to do it in a respectful way to save face for her as far as like her personal attachment to the kids, because that doesn't have anything to do with it. But she didn't want that stuff shared.
You know what the best thing in this is? Transparency. Transparency goes a long way in a missing kid case. When there's things that are being said secretly in a missing kids case, it gets up under my skin a little bit. Does that make sense?
No, I'm not disagreeing with you there. And she was given the information based on like Sherry said, we tried to do it question by question. She gets overwhelmed by it. That's what you're hearing in her voice. It's not that she's angry and resentful and everything else. It's she's having a hard time keeping up with things to do it. And that's why she decided to do the clip by clip and say, this is start to finish. Just let me get it out and off my chest.
I can understand that.
Her rifling through papers, she's got a timeline written down with everybody else's information too.
Yeah, we call that a strip. Usually we call that a script when you write it down.
Trying to put the information from other people together. We all have it written down. We all are trying to figure it out to make everything match up. It's not just her. And the dog situation that everybody keeps bringing up, she doesn't have a freaking wolfhound. You guys are crazy. She's got a little Heinz 57. It's not a vicious dog. It interacted with
what the hell is a Heinz 57? What kind of dog is a Heinz?
It's a mutt. Basically, it's a mutt. It's a mix of everything.
Okay.
Yeah, she doesn't have a big vicious dog like people are saying. And we live in Nova Scotia. I got probably 6 shovels in my garage. That's not an issue either.
But it turned into a rake. She didn't even say shovel. She said a rake. She was raking rock.
No, but you guys are still talking about shovels. Janie and her shovel.
I mean, it started off as a shovel, then it turned to a rake.
Right, but you see why she doesn't want to talk to people and why she doesn't want stuff shared, because everybody attacks it in a malicious way. They don't use it and listen to what she's actually saying. People are ripping her apart because she sounds old. Now she's drunk. Now she's got no teeth. Like, look at the comments.
Well, you can't control people's opinions in the world. You can't control what people say. Some people are going to say really nice things about, like, oh, I feel sorry for her. I don't like to hear her cry. She seems like a sweet woman. I believe her. Every comment about her is just not bad. And in this world, you got to have some tough skin. People are going to have their opinions. Everything everybody says about me is not good. I take the good with the bad, like everybody else needs to in this world.
Yeah. No, and I get that. But you guys are asking, why does she sound angry? That's why. She's been ripped apart for 2 months. She's been
but that's you explaining why she sounds angry. That's not her explaining why she sounds angry.
In those interviews, and you'll hear it all when it comes out on Friday.
Are you selling tickets? I feel like y'all are selling tickets to this interview. I feel like you're Don Kinging me.
We tried to do it in a respectful way to keep her personal stuff out of it. The stuff that didn't have to do with the kids.
I feel like y'all blowing it up like it's the greatest show on earth. I feel like I'm going to Ringley Brothers and Barnley Belly Circus.
I think you guys are all just butthurt you didn't hear it yourself.
What are we missing? What did she say that makes you think she is this good lady? Tell me why she's a good lady and we should believe what she's saying. Give me that answer.
Because go to your Facebook page. You'll hear every one of those because they are posted.
All of it? The whole interview?
Every bit of it. You look at the ones from Melissa or Percy. Those are all that same person that's trying to tank Lana with that fundraiser and call it a fraud. Anybody that wants to interfere with somebody that's helping raise awareness for little kids is a very trashy, vile human being. But she's been doing it everywhere, and it was posted.
Yes, I know about the fundraiser because it started to cause chaos on our channel and the mods.
Yeah.
See, I got mods that run the channel. A lot of people think I run that group. I don't. My mods run the group. I don't even see everything on it. If I did, I would know the whole interview's up there. But my mods run that, and they have a certain guideline of rules that they go by, and they just follow those rules. And usually, if it ain't 100% like, yeah, you can do this, they don't like to disturb me, so they'll just take your shit down. They just like. So, and usually they'll discuss things with PJ or something like that if it's creating chaos, and we just try to keep everybody not at each other's throats on the group, because people.
No, and that makes sense, and that's
Yeah, like I had to write another creator and said, listen, I don't know what goes on in the group. I'm just as surprised as you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I haven't even seen it yet. I'm about to go look now that you said it's up there. I wouldn't even know.
When you get a minute, go to your Facebook page and you'll see the whole thing, and you'll hear her voice. You'll hear how she talks with those kids.
I seen it on Jack and Lily Uncensored. And mine is
there too, because there are a bunch of idiots in that one too. Yeah. But you'll hear her, and you'll hear her more than once begging whoever has those kids. They can drop them off at the end of her driveway anytime and just drive away, and she'll call the police.
Well, that's the stuff I want to hear. That's what I want to hear.
You'll hear it if you hear all of it instead of everybody ripping her a new asshole for what her voice sounds like over 17 minutes of it.
Well, if I could have found it, I would have played all of it. The good, the bad, the ugly. I would have played the whole 3 hours.
It's been up there since yesterday.
Damn. Okay. I'm glad you told me. I'm glad you told me.
Get on it. No, it's been up since yesterday.
Okay, let me go pull it up then.
You'll hear a grandmother that misses her step grandkids, no matter what people want to say.
That's what I hope I hear. That's what we should be hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for calling.
All right. I just wanted to clear that stuff up.
Okay. Ain't no big deal. You know, I'm glad you did. All right. Peace.
Bye.
Okay. So let me explain this for everybody paying attention out here. If you think I read everything in the Facebook group and read everybody's messages, I get sent so many messages a day, so many emails a day. I get shit that don't make any sense. Okay. And for you guys that are sending me shit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing in this world, like, hold on. Dolly. Hey.
Are you on live?
Yes. Yeah, you watch? Yes.
Yeah, I'm on here. Hey, what do you
stop talking about ghosts?
Huh?
Are you the same lady that told me to stop talking about ghosts? Okay. All right, just checking. You sound familiar.
All right, bye. Yeah. Hey,
all right, bye. You done said bye now. There ain't no coming back from bye. All right. Once you say the bye, our conversation's over. All right. It's at that point we done, right? You said bye, right? You'd be like, damn, Dolly the hugger. You said bye. All right. Bye to me means we are done conversating. All right. So damn. I think that was the lady that told me to stop talking about ghosts, right? Listen. We sit up here and talk about the same thing for hours. If I go into a 10-minute rant on something different, right? Give me a break. Okay. Like, don't you think I ever don't get tired of repeating myself over and over again? And I want to talk about maybe something new or something different for a little bit. You know, you can only say Jack and Lily's missing for so many hours until you got to bring something else in. Voice expert Dolly fell off. Wait a minute. Hold on. It's been so crazy. My voice expert skills have dwindled a little bit. Okay. That was her. That's what I thought. I mean, so, my first impression, my first thought was, this is the lady that called me telling me what to do. And PJ, I tell you firsthand, I don't like being told what to do. When you tell me to do something, I'm going to do the exact opposite of what you tell me. Purposely, just purposely, right? I'm just that kind of person. So give me 1 second. We're going to pull up this Facebook group because I had no clue that the whole thing was there. And I mean, I've been getting hit up about my Facebook group, and like I said, I had no clue. All right. Tips and clues. All right. Let's see what we got here. Let me pull this over here so we can see it. And if you ain't added this group yet, make sure you add it. Okay. Let's see right here. Jack and Lily Sullivan missing tips and clues. Let's go with, how do you do this? Most relevant. Newest post. Okay. This is from 4 minutes ago. It's me thanking everybody that's joined. Okay. Let's see who's joined. Okay. Thank you. Janie's got a shovel interview. That's me. Okay. This thing right here is posted fake news. I don't know if that's anything to do with, what was the girl's name? Melissa something? Wendy. This is the update on what the Nova Scotia police said. All right. This is some older man that is missing. Okay. Because we care about all missing people. Dolly, here's another baby. Okay. Oh, there's a kid missing. Search underway in Oregon. Joshua James McCoy. When did that happen? 18 hours ago. Well, pretty God, they found little Joshua. He's a cute little boy. All right. Here we got my video from yesterday. Melissa, here's Melissa. Okay. Rising contributor. Are you going to post the things Janie said in Lena's group? Okay. Hold on. Let's see what she says. Hell yeah, I'm going to post it. Where's it at? Listen, Dolly going to tell it all. Okay. If I get the information, I'm telling everybody. All right. You know, you can't tell me nothing unless you tell me not to say it. And then I won't say it. Right. If I promise you I will keep your stuff private, I will keep your stuff private. But if I don't, oh, I'm telling everybody. I'm telling everybody and some people. Okay. Another one has Janie's YouTube interview from yesterday. Does anyone have it? Okay, there's 11 comments on this. Okay, let's see if they have it. All comments. I think I even asked somebody for it. She was in a private chat. No YouTube interview. Sonny told you already. And there's 10 replies. And I think somebody said they have it. I agree. I don't say RSP is blah, blah, blah. Would you think it was with Jack and Lily? But blah, blah, blah. Okay, that don't have nothing to do with the price of tea in China. Where the hell are they saying this is all in my channel? And I don't see it. Here's a crime and shame. It says Lily and Jack unleash her truth. Drop Mike, Daniel's new girlfriend. I seen that. I watched that video of Sonny and Charmaine, and they didn't play it. Okay, right here, Melissa. What is that, Melissa? I got audio of Jamie talking about exactly what happened in the group. All right, hold on, guys. Producer. Uh-oh. Hope I ain't in trouble. Dolly. The whole thing's not in there? You've been looking for it for hours? Okay. Well, I didn't see it either, so okay. All right. All right. Bye, babe. All right. Peace. Okay. PJ says it's not here on our channel. There's a lot of Jack and Lily channels, and they may be mixing things up because I asked this girl. I remember seeing her post it, and I was like, well, send it to me. And I wrote down my email address, and I never got it. Let's see. All comments. I got audio of Jamie talking about exactly what happened in a group. Okay, there's 22 comments here. Here's my comment. See, I said, hey, I want to hear it. What she say? What she said. Hey, I want to hear what she said. That's my comment. Okay, and then there's 8 more comments after that. I never even looked back. Jimmy Jams. I keep trying to put post on here, and they say pending for 48 hours, but everyone else keeps getting posted. Lena came in here. See, guys, I don't run the group. My mods run the group. Okay. I select certain people that run my shit for me because I can't do everything. And they set the rules. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know it delayed it for 48 hours. You're learning just as I'm learning with you guys. Screaming army and attacked me on a post, and one of your admins came and gave everyone shit. She definitely scamming everyone with this fake fundraiser and GoFundMe of hers. Also, they all were talking about how much they hated you in her group. Yeah. Well, join the club. Everybody hates me, right? Damn, I'm hated. Never knew it. Because, you know, they're going to have to get in line behind all the other people that hate me. What have I done to anybody? Right? I can understand that the fucking corpse with the makeup on was mad, right? But everybody else, what have I done to everybody else? You know, I can see his weirdo ass being mad, but what about everybody else? I don't know why you'd be mad at me. People are not so gullible for this. Profiting from a murder of 2 children is not nice. $284 raise, 20K goal, 8 donations. They trying to raise $20,000. Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. Damn. $284. Listen, if I look at things 2 ways. If you're really trying to help, it's not cheap. Okay. Like if you're really passing out flyers and you're really trying to spread awareness and you're trying to buy like the bracelets and stuff that we gave away, it's not cheap. I know it's not cheap firsthand because, you know, I buy banners and bracelets and do all kinds of stuff to bring awareness to kids. And it's not free, you know, but if you're not using it for that, and I don't know if they are, if they're not, or it's not really my battle because I'm not doing it. But if they're doing it for the right reasons, then I would support it. Now, if you believe they ain't doing it for the right reasons, then of course don't support it. But I guess that's up to each individual to make their own determination if this is something and, you know, they want to give their money to, right? Because people give me money right now for my hotel to go down to Florida to cover that case. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going down to Florida to cover that case. So if you do what you say, then, you know, have a GoFundMe, have a Give, Send, Go. And for everybody has donated to me, thank you guys so very much. Okay. But I think people are skeptical about their fundraising because really 284 is not a lot, right? That ain't like they raised, you know, is $284 going to make a difference in somebody's life? I think if you're going to scam, I would scam for something bigger than $284. But I mean, I don't know. So that's why I avoid these things unless I could vet it and know the people that are involved in it. And because I don't want to put my name behind something that's really bad and not know, like, you know, I thought it was legit. You know, I've been in those situations before and things not turn out right. Okay. So I'm always a little skeptical about these. And that's why one of my rules to my mods were no sharing GoFundMe's in the groups. Right now at Christmas time, we ask people to send us letters and we buy people Christmas presents and we let people share their Christmas wish list in our groups. And then usually we'll start buying little things for people as a group. You know, I'll go in and buy a thing, somebody go and buy a thing. And then we try to knock out people's Christmas wishes for their kids and stuff like that. But it's very rare that we like let people post a GoFundMe. Now, if you need a kidney or something, you know, and something like that, then yeah, of course I would. But there's been so many, let me explain this. When I came into true crime, I came in during the Summerwells case. And for you guys that have been around a long time, you guys know that people were raising money for billboards and pocketing the money, right? And I thought to myself, why the hell are we going to pay for a billboard that can only be there for 30 days and you got to pay each month for it? We'll just make big banners and hang them up. So I made that big Summerwells banner, and it's still 4 years later on the side of that barn. You know how much that banner cost me? Like $280. It's been there for 4 years. Still looks good. All right. The company did a good job, right? And the Michael Monkey Vaughn banner, from my understanding, is still in Fruitland, Idaho that I love. I was like, well, why do you need to pay for thousands of dollars of big billboards when you can put up a big banner on the side of the road? Nobody's going to take it down. Nobody's going to mess with a banner that's looking for a missing kid. And them banners have sat there for years. So when I seen that, I was just thinking everybody was scamming off of Summerwells like really bad. I ain't talking $284. I'm talking about $10,000, $15,000, you know, big money, like definitely like take the money and run kind of people were doing shit. Channels were vanishing. and over the money, and it was all this controversy over it. So at that point, I was like, we're not going to do anything like that, right? We're not going to be involved in anything like that. We're not putting our name behind anything like that. It's not going to happen, right? So I tell people, when you give me money here, you're giving me money, all right? So when I say digging your change holder, I don't want to stay in a roach hotel, that money goes to me. It's not going to some magical charity. You got to understand that you're giving me that money. Okay. I want y'all to understand that when you super chat, that money goes to me. Now, what do I use the money for? I use my money for good things, to travel and hunt for missing kids. Right. So, but I don't promise nobody nothing when they give me money. Right. Cause I'm not going to do that, because then people be like, well, you didn't do this shit. You didn't do that. Right. So I try to keep my word on everything I'm going to say that I'm going to do. Sometimes things do get out of my hands, and there's nothing I can do about it, right? All I can do is try to do the best I can if a situation falls through, to correct that situation, or do something that's just equivalent to what I was going to do before, right? And we keep it moving. So, I mean, I don't know. If they're honest, I wish them nothing but the best, right? And, you know, I don't really know the people, me, myself. Dolly, you don't search anymore. How do you figure I don't search? Right?
They're scamming out here on Sebastian too.
How do you figure that I don't search? When's the last time you went and searched for anybody? Right? I'm just saying, what about the search I did in Richmond here? You know, I have been going in more and covering court cases when I traveled, but when we were out, we also went through Tennessee and searched for Sebastian Rogers. We were in Kingsport. You know, how do you think I make these videos if I'm not out there looking? Right? I think there's only a couple people that do what I do, and lately, them people ain't been doing it. Right? I'm getting ready to pack up right now to go see justice for Maddie Soto, a case we covered from the beginning. So awareness and support in these cases is what I do. I do more than search. Okay. And when I look at true crime, I don't see people doing what I do. I don't see nobody even close to me. I'm into my own little realm of things. Now, JLR used to be pretty close, but he's kind of went to news anchor. Breaking news. You know what I'm saying? So now what do you got left? You got Dolly left. That's it. Who else? Everybody else is gone. Bullhorn Betty don't search, right? She just bitches. All y'all have left in this category is people like AWP. They still do. You know, there's some divers in Juan, the dude that found baby Dane. Thank God for that dude. He's an angel. Right? So there's some people out here, but there ain't many. Molly left us again. So the people that are out here, don't be shitty to them and run people off, right? Respect what they do, because you ain't doing it, right? You ain't doing it. So somebody has to do it. Don't be mean to the people that are doing it and doing it well. Doing it, right? It made me think of some LL Cool J. I'm sorry. Just did, right? So if you want to talk shit about what I'm doing, you better be doing more than I am. Okay? But if you over there sitting on the sideline not doing shit and you worried about what I'm doing, worry about what you're doing. And then when you're doing more than me, come bitch at me about what I'm doing, and I'll try to keep up with you. Okay? You're more than welcome. For anybody that wants to come in here and bitch, you're more than welcome to come search with me anytime you want. All right? Just be like, Dolly, I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'll be like, all right, let's do it. There ain't no shame in my game. There's nothing personal against me with anybody. You can say whatever the hell you want. It don't change what I got to do. It don't change the size of my pillow. It don't change. Well, it might change if PJ feeds me or not, because if I'm too mean, she won't feed me. But that's the only thing that's going to change the amount of food on my plate. This is it. All right. Dolly, thank you for what I do. Thank you, guys. And I don't want a bunch of thank yous. I do this because I'm passionate about this. Nobody said, Dolly, go out and look for kids. Nobody made me do that. I chose this life. I chose this avenue. I chose these streets. I do this for me. Okay. I can't get you into heaven. All right. I can give you some good advice that might lead you that way. The only person I can get through them gates is me. And I'm working on me. I do this for me in the give back. Now, you need to probably do the same thing, and you ain't got to do the exact same thing I do, but do something good in this world. You know, just like in the Shark Whisperer, her boyfriend said at the end, he goes, my mom always told me, leave the world a better place than when you found it. Okay? Make that make sense. That's true. Do something to better the world. Do something to be a good person. There's plenty of horrible ass people out there. Tons. There ain't that as many. I can probably name 1 million bad people and can only name a handful of good people. We need more good people in the world. So instead of complaining, come hang out. Come help me. That's all I can tell you. And I hope you like getting bit by mosquitoes and stickers. Okay, right? Because there's a lot of that. and be careful, you might step on a snake. I mean, get some snake boots, all that good stuff. There's, you know, when I'm out there sweating my ass off and I look around, I don't see a lot of people, you know, just to be honest, and not trying to want praise for it, but I'm just saying I don't. So I don't want shit for it either. I don't want no praise, and I don't want you shit talking me behind it in the same note. So you don't owe me no thank yous. I do this because somebody needs to do it, and I'm passionate about it. You don't got to like what I got to do. You don't got to support what I do. For you guys that do, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I don't thank every single one of you for helping me along this journey that we've took. It's been a wild one. Okay. It's been a wild one, and it's been a crazy 4 years here for me in true crime. So, and hopefully God allowing, we're going to have another good 4 years, even better, and do even more. I was down for a little bit because I had some medical health issues, and I'm slowly trying to get back to normal, right? Maybe I'm not searching as much as I once did, but you also wasn't laying up in hospital bed fighting for your life either. Dolly was. Okay. So it took a little time for recovery. And you think about it, I got out of the hospital 1 month later. I'm in the woods searching for Sebastian Rogers. I'm in Georgia sitting in court watching Leilani get punished within 4 weeks. So, and I probably should have been honest. I probably should have been resting that month in bed and not doing much, but I couldn't stop what I do. Right. Dolly came back from the dead. Right. So, I mean, it literally is what it is. All right. So you remember that when you go, well, what is he doing? I'm healing. First and foremost, I'm trying to be a little bit easier than I was before. And I haven't given up. That same drive that you seen 4 years ago, it's the same passion I have for it today, if not more. And I totally have way more in it and more invested in it than I ever have. So just take that into consideration before you try to shit on somebody. Okay. Go take a dump over there. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. So I couldn't find the whole full interview. Now, the women that called in that don't want it played, if you could share it with me or give me access to it, would be great. So I don't got to search for it. You can say me and PJ, a lot of damn work. And look, trust me, I won't tell people you gave it to me. I'll be like, I got this from Tumble Corpse. All right. Cause he's usually the one that puts out all the bad stuff. I got this from Tumble Corpse and he did it. Hate his face. Okay. And I won't even let nobody know. And we good. Okay. Pinky promise. Look, pinky swear. Belinda, agree with you 100%. Now, to me, like I said, you know, people can get upset and they're like, Dolly, you're taking this out of context. And, you know, you're listening to 7 minutes of this woman talk and you're judging her off of 17 minutes. You're right. You're absolutely right. I am. And it don't sound good. She sounds angry. She seems like reminds me of my grandma. Okay. Damn. Right. I don't even say that much. I don't even like to think about that lady. Right. But just angry and
Dolly and PJ, I found it emailing now.
I found it emailing it now. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah's a lifesaver. See, Sarah cares. Thank you, Sarah. Email that on to me and let's go ahead and I didn't plan on staying here for she talked for 3 hours, but hey, I'll do what I got to do. You know, PJ don't get off to 5, so we got a couple hours at least. But I'll give you a second to email that to me. And I mean, maybe there's some context we're missing. And listen, people need to be transparent and truthful when we're talking about missing kids. There's no room for secrets. Okay? There's no room for secrets. Some secrets, as far as keeping people's identity private, like I promise people that there's certain people I know who is who, and I won't put out their identity because I told you I wouldn't. But as far as information concerning the case, that information needs to be out there for everybody. And I'm not sorry for sharing it. Okay? It needs to be out there. Every bone in that closet of these people need to be pulled out onto the floor. We need to search through them bones. Them bones. It sounds like an Alice in Chains song now, right? Them bones. Everything reminds me of a song today, right? So we want them bones on the floor so we can go through them and see what they are. Okay. Attention chat, please take the drama. So listen, we don't do drama here. We ain't a drama channel. If you're mad at this channel or you're mad at a person that posted something in a group, this ain't the place to fight about it. Okay. Pick a place to, a mutual territory that you can headbutt each other in the head and rip each other's eyeballs out. Because listen, I'm a dude. You women are violent. Okay. You women, y'all get mad and get mad forever. Like, I don't do that. I don't get mad at people forever. I've been mad at you for like 20 minutes and then I forget about it. Right. Women, y'all don't operate like that. Okay. Producer, oh shit. Dolly. Okay. All right. Public service announcement. Okay. Public service announcement. We are not going to tolerate any back and forth with each other in here. If you got problems with people, this ain't the place to settle your differences. Okay. This ain't the Battle Dome. This ain't a UFC octagon. This ain't none of those things. Now, listen, I truly don't know what goes on everybody else's channels. I don't. Okay. I don't know who has beef with who. I don't know who's mad at who. I don't know any of these things. Okay. I want to make this super clear. I don't care who you are, right? What channel you come from. We are not going to have chaos in my chat. Okay. We just ain't going to do that. Zero toleration for it. Now, I don't want to be mean to anybody, and I don't want you to think that I'm being mean to you. Okay. The only people I'm worried about in this is transparency of what's been said and the safe return of Jack and Lily, or just finding Jack and Lily. But mods, if anybody, because it takes two people here to fight, you can't fight by yourself, right? If two people are going back and forth and they're getting ugly with each other, get rid of both of them. Okay, get rid of both of them. I'll unblock people later. I guess this is one of those topics where people are getting a little angry with each other, and they think that, listen, I'm not going to dox anybody here on this channel. When we play the audio to this video, we will just play the audio. We're not worried about who's who and who's what, blah, 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 blah. But to me, I strongly believe that there's no talking in the closet. Okay? It ain't. And if you want to be mad at me about that, then you're more than welcome to be mad at me about that. But don't cause a bunch of chaos in the channel, because it's not going to change anything or what I do. Okay? So be respectful if you're in here. If you have a problem with somebody, save that for the channel that problem started with. I'm sure a lot of these problems with people have rolled over from other places. And if that's the case, save that battle for there. Okay, we keep everything super, super calm here. You know, I like to joke and I like to play, and I like to have my room a good place, a good environment, and people fighting don't make for a good environment. All right, nothing personal against anybody. I love y'all. Okay, but please don't create chaos here, because I don't want my mods to have to block people or kick people out. And because when that happens, everybody gets mad at me. Dolly kicked me out of his room. I don't kick people out. I don't even control the Facebook group. Okay, I can't control what people post. I can't control what things are public. Once it comes public, I'm sharing it. Okay, it just is what it is. So please be respectful, guys. That's all I ask. And if you can't, like I said, wait to fight on the channel that your beef started on, because I know your beef didn't start here. Right? It didn't. I know that for a fact. So be respectful of my channel, and I'll be respectful of you. Okay, I don't want to be mean to anybody or seem like an asshole, but I'm an asshole. Right? Don't bring it out on me. Okay, don't make me do it. Don't think just because I'm goofy and joke, don't think I can't be an asshole. I can. Okay. Subs battling subs. Yeah, we don't want that here. We don't want that here. Fight in a Facebook group or something, you know, somewhere I don't have to see it, and it don't interrupt what we're doing. All right, now let me go over here to my email, because this should have been sent to me. Interview, 2 different posts. Okay, here we go. First one. All right.
The reason why I've been...
All right, here we go. This first one is 6 minutes long.
I've been holding this in for 2 months until Thursday when I gave my interview. The reason why I've been doing this is the investigators advised me not to speak to anybody because of their investigation. But it's been over 2 months now. I find the investigators are not telling us anything. They put only 1 report out since all this happened. They are not giving us any updates. I'm tired. I can't deal with this because they are keeping stuff to themselves, which the public should know. We should know.
I agree.
What is happening.
Amen. She said it herself.
I don't believe Malaya took that picture. I believe it was a drone. The same drone that took the picture of the property. I wasn't around when it happened, but I'm believing it was a drone that took the picture of Daniel and Justin on the ATV. There is something else I have to clear up about the ATV. The ATV has not been on this property in the last 5 years or so. Because my neighbor, which I'm not going to mention, is known for stealing property.
This is Daniel's mother.
That was one thing that I did not want him to take. And I also want to mention too, someone, I can't tell you who, has broken in when Daniel and I were away, has broken in to our trailer and have taken a few things. I'm not going to say what they are, but have taken a few things. And this has all been reported to the investigators.
Them sweaters.
And yes, we still have drones that fly over or that are over our place. It's usually Friday and Saturday nights, mostly. So if the people out there that are flying the drones, if you like to watch a 60-year-old woman on a Friday and Saturday night and have nothing better to do, you go ahead. And I'd like to say something else. And for all the people that are driving by, taking pictures of my property and taking pictures to see that what we're doing in the yard, I'm going to let you guys know I am scared of being in my own place because I stick mostly to my RV and my backyard because I never know that when somebody's going to blame us for what's going on, or blame me, I should say, I am scared to death that somebody's going to come along and do something to me while I'm in my yard. That's how scared I am. Now, all these here interviews that Daniel have done, I am scared for him too. I'm scared it will turn out to be like a porta pack. That's what I am scared of. I told the investigators this, and they more or less can't do anything about it because they're on public property, If they step foot on my property, then there's something I can do. Yes, I believe the kids are alive. And the reason why I believe the kids are alive is because my heart is telling me they are alive. If they are deceased, I would have, just like everybody else, you'd have this feeling in your heart that you can't explain.
That's me. That's how I feel.
Your gut feeling. But no, I definitely believe the kids are not deceased. I believe they are alive.
Okay,
where they are, I cannot tell you. As I said before, if I knew where the kids were, I would go and get them. I would not care what kind of shit I got into. I would go and get them. And there's another thing that I would like to put out there. I would like whoever has the kids or whoever knows where the kids are, please, if they want to and they want to get out of trouble, please drop them off where they pick them up at nighttime. We do not have cameras. We do not have an outside street light. It is pure dark. If you watch a video of someone that saw me supposedly filling potholes in, how dark it is, because they drove by to show everybody how dark it is. If they want to drop the kids off of here, and if they got the kids to yell, my dog would let me know that they're out there. I will go get them, and I will make sure they are safe.
What you dog alert you the first time?
The only thing I can tell you about that is I had nothing to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance. I know Daniel did not have anything to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance. The reason I know that, I know in my heart that Daniel would not harm those children. The answer relies with Malaya. She hasn't spoke up. She hasn't come, and she hasn't said anything about all this. That's all I have to say. The rest of the answers to all your questions rely with Malaya.
Okay, that's that one. Let's go with this one.
Opinion on here, and this is my opinion and my opinion only. I think Sunny should watch what she says about people. She has very, very bad accusations about people, and I do not like it. The reason I am on Facebook is because I will not go on her because she has her opinion, yes, but her accusations towards people is terrible. And I don't like the way she nags Daniel all the time to come on and defend himself. That is up to Daniel to do that, not her agonizing and antagonize him to do it. And I do not go on any other buddy's show. I went on Facebook there a while ago, and I tried to explain to people, give people timelines, and they just screwed it all up. So I went off there. And that was my opinion about Brenda. Just like everybody else has opinions. So if everybody took it the wrong way, I'm sorry. I will say Darren did get some things wrong with what I said, but in my interview and on here, I am correcting what he said about events. I am telling my truth about my side of what happened. On May 1st, nobody was here. On May 2nd, when Jack and Lily disappeared, the people that stayed here on May 2nd was Malaya's 2 great aunts and Malaya's grandmother stayed the night. On that Friday, May 2nd, the ones that were in the trailer, which was a family reunion, was Malaya's mother, Cindy, Malaya's grandmother, Patty, Malaya's aunt, I don't know her name, I never met her, Malaya's 2 great aunts, I never met them, and Cindy's boyfriend. We're all in the big trailer, eating, drinking coffee. I don't believe any of them went out searching. On that Saturday, after everybody left, after the fight or the altercation at the end of the driveway, everybody left. Except Malaya's grandmother, Patty, was here, and she was going to stay the night. But I think it was Corey, Haley's boyfriend, came and took her. She did not want to leave. But Corey came and took her, and they all left. There was nobody here after that when everybody left on Saturday evening. The reason why I know who was all in the kitchen on Friday night was I went in to tell Malaya that me, Justin, and myself were going back out on the bike to search for Jack and Lily. Malaya was sitting on the couch on her phone with Meadow on her chest. And the only thing that Meadow said to me was, "Janie, do you want me to shut your chickens in for you?" And I said my chickens were the least of my worries. I was more worried about going out looking for Jack and Lily. And I also want to say, the day that I was crying, that Belinda showed up, Malaya came out and put her head on my shoulder.
I thought that too.
It should have been the other way around.
I think she was talking about
and
Malaya.
Yes, Justin did cry because
that's
I
bullshit.
was crying, and Justin felt bad for me because I was blaming myself for not getting up and checking on Jack and Lily. That's the reason why Justin was crying, because he was crying because I was crying. And he was also crying because he was upset about Jack and Lily disappearing.
Let me get to the next one.
Jack was a curious little boy. He was a happy-go-lucky boy. But I'll tell you, if he didn't want to do something, he wasn't going to do it. Because when I would get after him to put his shoes on, and when he was running around his bare feet, I would say, Jack, put your shoes on. I've said this. And he would just stand there and put his arms up, fold his arms up, and go, eh, 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 eh. And that's all I would get out of him. Other than that, he was a curious little boy. That's all he would do all day. When he was outside was sit and turn boards over or rocks over looking for bugs and worms. I had my granddaughter down digging worms for the chickens. And he would come down there and he would grab every worm that he could see. And when it would come time to go feed the chickens, he goes, no, they were my friends. I'm keeping them. He would play on the swing. He was a happy-go-lucky boy. Lily, she was a Miss Prim girl, as I would say, if that's what you call it. I guess they call her a diva or whatever, but to me, Miss Prim. Because whenever she would get her clothes dirty, she would go in and change her clothes. I never knew what that girl was going to come out in. She had a kitchen out in the yard. I had a play kitchen. I got a play kitchen for them. Well, for my oldest two grandchildren. And when they weren't here, that's what she did. She played with the kitchen. She'd make mud pies. She would pretend she was making hot chocolate or coffee or tea. If a bug got around her, she would scream, there's a bug. And she would go running in the house because there was a bug. Jack would just say, where's the bug? That's all they ever, from what I observed, they just played on the swings a lot. Her and the oldest grandchild would play on the swing. They would sit up there and they'd sing. I would sit there on my doorstep and listen to them sing. They would run around the yard. And that's all I ever heard was Lily saying, come on, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. Come here and play, Jackie. Come here and play. They were bright little kids. They talked a breeze. Like when someone came into my yard, like if my brother came into my yard, they would come and say hi. And my brother would talk to them and they would talk to him. And Jack would be there. Oh, look at my worms or look at my bugs. I remember one day we caught a salamander, him and I. And Daniel said, Jack, you have to let the salamander go because if not, it'll die. Well, I snuck the salamander out of the bucket and he looked for that salamander and he cried because we let his salamander go. Jack was just into bugs. He loved bugs. Lily was into the kitchen, making mud pies. And then when my two oldest grandchildren would come down, every second weekend they would come. My oldest granddaughter would come in here and they'd say, Granny, we want some snacks.
to go up to the little cabin they built or the little fort they built. They built it themselves out of sticks and brush. And I'd say, there's the fridge. My other two grandchildren, they could have whatever they wanted. My fridge was like one of those doors when you go into a store. It would open and close all the time.
Her other two grandkids could have
my oldest
whatever they
granddaughter
wanted?
would come in here and she would take snacks for all of them and pack them in her backpack and go up to the camp. And another thing, the backpack thing. I've never seen Lily outside with that backpack. Daniel told me that they always tried to keep her from taking it outside, but I've never seen her with that pack. The only time outside playing, but the time I did see her with the backpack is when my two other grandchildren would come down. She'd want a backpack too, because the oldest grandchild had a backpack and she wanted to be just like her and have a backpack.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Make sure that, no, we still got a little bit more of this one.
Oh, and another thing, when we go walking up the old road here, up top of the hill here, up above my place there, if Jack didn't want to walk, Jack wouldn't walk. He would stand there and he would just, I'd say, "Come on, Jack, we're gonna walk." He would stand there and he would stamp his feet, fold his arms, and just look at me. And I'd say, "Come on, Jack, we're going for a walk." I'd have to go and take him by the hand to make him walk. Jack was a kid. If he didn't want to do something, he wasn't going to do it. Lily, she would walk along. I'd have to yell at Lily, "Lily, wait up for us, wait up for us." But Jack, no. Jack would not move if you didn't take him by the hand and tell him to come on.
All right, let me see if that's all of that one. Nope, still got a little ways to go on this one.
Apparently, Lily was the only one that was sick. I think the reason why Jack didn't go to school is because I didn't think Jack. I
feel
don't
like I'm
think she
getting
wanted
sick.
Jack to go to school by herself. That's my opinion. They missed school to Thursday. Yes, they went to town Thursday around lunchtime. I have no idea where they went. I do not even know what they bought. I heard them out in the yard here Thursday afternoon. And when I heard them out, my dog started barking. My dog tells me when the kids are in the yard. Okay? I went out. When they heard them out in the yard, my dog started barking. I opened the door and let my dog out. My dog is penned in. I do not let my dog around Jack and Lily.
Okay.
From what I hear through the grapevine, Jack and Lily have not been around animals. When they first came here, I tried to introduce my dog to Jack and Lily, and Lily started to scream because my dog was near her. Ever since that, I've kept my dog away from the kids, Jack and Lily.
Huh.
Thursday, when I opened up the door, Jack and Lily were right beside the playhouse looking for worms under a board. When Jack said to me, "Look, Granny, I found a worm. I found a centipede." I said, "Good boy, you keep looking." That's when I went over in my front of my RV and started raking the gravel for the swimming pool. Because I was waiting for Daniel to find his tools so he could help me put the top board up on the fence so I could put the boards up, because I couldn't hold one end and nail the other end. Anybody that knows that, anybody that does carpentry knows that that's impossible to do, to get it balanced and hold one end up and the other end drop. After Daniel helped me, I continue putting the boards on the fence. But there was another fence on the other side that was there before that. So I was out there doing my fence. Jack and Lily were in the backyard playing. I came in the house to have some supper. I do not know when the kids went in the house. I don't know what time they went to bed.
Thank you, Rita.
I don't know anything of that.
Okay. While I'm waiting to start this next video, I want to thank Rita for donating to our Go Send Go fund to help me get to Florida to cover the Maddie Soto case, to watch Stephen Stearns get life in prison. So thank you, Rita. It says a big Texas thank you for all y'all do. Have been a subscriber for years. Now I'm a member. Let's raise some hell and find these kids and get justice for them. I couldn't say it better myself, Rita. And listen, this dude's day has come. His court date is coming next week, and there will be justice for Maddie Soto. And he can sit here and blame it and blame people and act like he's not a monster, but we're going to see him cry. And I guarantee you, he's not going to cry for Maddie. He's going to be crying for himself, and I can't wait to see it. So thank you for donating to the Give, Send, Go. It makes a big difference on, like I said, the type of hotel room I get. I don't want to really stay in a crack shack, but I will if I got to. It wouldn't be the first time. All right, let me click on this. Is it? There shows 5 videos, but I can't get to the. Hold on. 2.
My brother.
3.
I've been holding.
4.
I'm going to give an opinion on here.
Here we go.
And this is my opinion and my opinion only. I think Sunny should watch what she says about people.
We heard this one, right?
She has very, very. Well, let's start with Jack. Jack was a curious little boy.
We heard that one.
He was a happy little go-lucky boy. But I'll tell you, if he didn't want to do something, he wasn't going to.
She's telling it like
my brother called me at 8:48. We talked for 2 minutes, 59 seconds. After that, I laid down. My dog barked because Lily and Jack were here where the swings are. I have a board up over my window. I did not see them because the board was closed. The reason I have a board up over my window is for the winter time to keep the draft out and for the summertime to keep the sun out. I heard them Friday morning. I swear on a Bible. Better than that, I swear on my father's grave.
Why you go check on
I heard them Friday morning. So the kids were here Friday morning.
I don't know.
After that, I don't know what happened to them. My first instinct when she told me the kids were missing was check the woods. That's what I did. And when I found out they were not in the woods, I said they're not in the woods. And for what she said about Jack and Lily wandering, that's a bunch of BS. The only time they go anywhere up in the woods is when my other 2 grandchildren are here. And they're always kept an eye on by me. And if Daniel's in the yard, he watches them too.
If Daniel's in the yard.
And the kids have never wandered away or never gone in the woods by themselves in the last 2 years. Why all of a sudden would they do it Friday morning? And there's three questions I cannot answer. The first question is who would know the kids were home? And number 2, who would know when they were outside? And number 3, when I saw Malaya outside my RV, why wasn't she crying?
Okay, let me see if this one's done. Nope, not yet. We got a ways. I feel like I'm getting sick. I feel like I've got a little fever.
And as far as Malaya being isolated, that's a bunch of bullcrap. Or why wasn't she hysterical if her kids went missing 20 minutes ago?
And here's another thing for you to think about. I lived here for 26 years. I've raised my 2 boys here. I've been in this community for 60 years. I was born and raised here. My homestead is where my brother lives. So I know the traffic on this road after 26 years. I know the traffic on this road. Now, nobody is going to go by here and say, oh, there's 2 kids in the yard. Let's stop and pick them up. For number one, that's where those 3 questions come into. Because she used to drive Daniel to work when he was working full time. And there's something else I'm going to straighten you out about too in a minute. When she wanted the car, she would drive Daniel to work. She would go do what she had to do. She would even bring Daniel his lunch. She would come home. Then she would go back in the evening and pick Daniel up. So she was free to go whenever she wanted to go. And another thing, the reason why Daniel is only working 1 day a week is because of this year tariff tax. The mill is having problems getting logs. That's the only reason why the mill is down 1 day a week. And that started in, I think, February. They started going down 1 day a week. But just in the last 3 weeks, they've been full time. They've been 3 weeks steady, 5 days a week. So if anybody thinks that Malaya was isolated, she had every chance in the world to go wherever she wanted. That's all she had to do was ask Daniel for the car, and Daniel gave her the car.
Yeah.
And there in April, she bought a car on her own. So if she wanted to leave, she could have left in April. She could have left any time she wanted. She knew me. She knew if she wanted to leave and Daniel put up a fuss, she knew that I would step in and make her go or let her go. I would not stop her from leaving. Even though Daniel's my son, if that's the time, I would step in. So people can't say that she didn't want to live here because she was isolated, that she couldn't go anywhere. That's a bunch of bull crap. And she had the use of my vehicle too, whenever she wanted it. So if people think that she didn't want to live here because she was isolated, if that's what she's telling everybody, well, or if that's what you're hearing, that's a bunch of bull crap. And if she did want to leave, and I wasn't around to stop Daniel from letting her leave, there's always 911. There's always a way out.
There's always a way out. All right, let me see if that video is over. That one is over.
I've been holding this in for 2 months until Thursday when I gave my interview. The reason why I've been doing this is the investigators advised me not to speak to anybody because of their investigation. But it's been over 2 months now. I find the investigators are not telling us anything. They put only 1 report out since all this happened. They are not giving us any updates. I'm tired.
Okay, hold on.
I can't deal with this because they are keeping stuff to themselves, which the public should.
All right, we heard all of those. All right. Let me jump over to the next link. I think we heard all of it.
That. And yes, Daniel did do a lot for those kids. Yes, I will say that. And I will also say the only time that Jack and Lily and Meadow ever went to town is when Daniel was with them, because Malaya couldn't handle all 3 kids. And I'll tell you something else. For the last 2 years, I observed those kids in my backyard. And the only time that Malaya went out with those kids is when she took Meadow out.
And when she took Meadow out, that's all she would do was take her over to see the chickens. I have never seen I have never seen Malaya push those kids down on the swing or even watch them go down the slide. I've never seen her out there playing with the kids. In the wintertime, I would go out and throw snowballs at them, build snowmans with them, build a tall snowbank for them to go sledding in. All the grandchildren. And I would try to go coasting with them, but I have some medical problems. I couldn't really go coasting with them, but I would push them down the hill in the sleigh. I would play snowballs with them. I'd build snowmans with them. I never seen Malaya ever do that with them. When she was out watching them coast, she was pulling Meadow around in the sleigh. After Meadow was born, yes, Meadow got all the attention. I seen that with my own 2 eyes. Yes. Jack and Lily were sort of put on the back burner. Yes.
I'm drinking water.
I've never seen when I would go in there after school, I would never see Malaya sit down and do their homework with them. I would never see Malaya read to them. I would always read to them when I would babysit them. Yes, I babysat Jack and Lily. Whenever they went somewhere, I would babysit them. And I had no problem with Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily would sit with me and watch TV. I would take Jack. He would hold him in my arms. He would pretend he was swimming. He would pretend he was playing airplane. Lily would be running around showing me her dolls. And yes, I did more interaction with those children than Malaya did. And as I was saying, if you have to call their mother to tell them that.
Oh, let me see if that's it. Okay, that was it on that. Let me see if there's anything else I'm missing. We listened to all of those. Okay, that was every video clip that I was sent. And it was still about, I would say, good 30, 40 more minutes than we had before. Okay. So they say this call lasted for hours, but it's a lot of woe me that we did all this and she did nothing. And that could be truthful, right? I just don't know. I know these kids just didn't vanish, and somebody at that house knows what happened to Jack and Lily. Pressure needs to be put on these people. And I ain't saying that the grandma or Daniel's mom had anything to do with it. I mean, I focused my attention on Daniel and Malaya. They're the ones that have the strange, odd behavior. And of course, Daniel's mother is going to take up for him, right? And just like your mother would probably take up for you. Maybe. Okay. So I'm thinking, that's parents are going to take up for their kids no matter what they did. You look at Stephen Stearns, his mom and dad still send him money, still take phone calls from him. And he's a horrible monster. But they didn't never see that monster. All they seen was their kid, right? But they got to know in the back of their mind their kid turned into a monster. They just never got to see it firsthand. And he kind of came off creepy. So maybe they knew he was a creepo. I'm not quite sure. It goes like into Brian Kohlberger's parents or Jeffrey Dahmer's parents. A lot of people are good people and they have bad kids. All we do is teach our kids morals and how to interact with the world. And we pray to God that they do the best they can. Just like right now, if Tiff went out and hurt somebody, which I know she wouldn't, she's a big old softie. But if she did, am I responsible for that? Because I tried to do my best to raise the girl the best I could on this planet. Still do. And I'm pretty sure that won't happen. But I'm just saying, for instance, if it did, am I responsible for somebody else's sins? Or because you can't really read people's minds, and everybody's their own individual. They may have something, wrong with their mind or chemical imbalances in the brain. There's people in my family that are batshit crazy. Okay. I mean, crazy. Like UFOs are coming to get me crazy. And then there's people in my family that ain't crazy. Me. Okay. Everybody else, I can't speak for y'all, right? Me, yeah, I'm not crazy. Well, I'm the good crazy, not the bad crazy. So, I mean, you really can't control what people do. The thing is this, is she heard the kids. And my question would be like, well, why didn't you check on the kids if you heard them out there, right? You said you heard the kids. And why don't you come out and tell the truth about what you kicked the people off the property for? Why don't you come out and tell the truth that Daniel and Malaya don't go outside with the kids, that these kids go out by themselves? You even said that if somebody, a kidnapper would have came up, your dog would have alerted and you would have knew. The kids were outside playing. You heard them. Your dog didn't alert you that the grandkids were outside. It's a lot of woe me pointing the finger at other people to blame. Now, in this situation, I believe everybody at that house failed Jack and Lily. Okay. I know some people may not agree with that, but I do. All right. And this is my show. I can have my opinion. And my opinion is everybody at that house failed Jack and Lily. It seems like Jack and Lily wasn't as cared for as Daniel's kids or Malaya because they came from a different daddy. And that is horrible. That is absolutely horrible. I seen the same thing with Leilani Simon. She didn't like her baby's daddy, one of the baby's daddies, and she killed Quentin Simon. And I don't think it was, she took her anger or hatred out for one person on the kid, because when she seen that kid, it reminded her of Bubba. Okay. And Bubba had it bad. Nobody had it worse than Bubba. Bubba lost his mama. He lost his son. And then while he was going through the stuff with Quentin Simon, his daddy was hit by a car while I was down there in Georgia, and his daddy died. Because I was about to go over to his house to try to talk to him. And then his daddy, somebody hit me up and said, you know, this morning, late last night, Bubba's daddy was changing a tire on the car and somebody hit him, and it was a hit and run. So his daddy died at the scene. In a matter of a month, he lost his mother, his son, and his father. Oh my God. That is some super bad luck, right? It's like, oh my God, like the world is crushing down on me. And like I said, this case should be huge. It should be massive in Canada. It should be getting so much attention, and it's not. Right? We got 2 missing beautiful kids with no answers whatsoever. Nothing. And if we don't keep making these videos for the few YouTubers that are still pushing this Jack and Lily, even if you agree with them or disagree with them, it's putting that pressure on the RCMP, and it's still getting. Remember that. Always look at true crime like the yin and the yang. There's a lot of bad, but there's also some good. Okay. And the two mixed together, it does keep attention. It does keep people interested in these cases. I try to look for the bright side on everything. Like tonight, people are fighting. Listen, guys, there's no reason to fight in the chat room. We all want the same thing. Okay. We all want Jack and Lily found. We all want to know what happened to these kids. We have a different view or a different opinion with each other, but I know this, no kids watch my channel. We're all grown. And I mean, up from 35 to 70 in my channel. Okay. And cause I watch my analytics. We sometimes just need to agree to disagree and not act childish. Okay. Cause I've seen tonight people telling people to shut up. Listen, everybody's opinion matters just as much as my opinion. The only difference is I have a mic and I control the room, right? So I got a little bit of superpowers, but that's it. But I believe your opinion is just as important as mine. Okay. We may not always agree, but I know in the end of this, we all want the same thing. We want justice for these beautiful kids. We want to keep attention on these kids so there's answers. In this, family members are going to get upset. They're going to get hurt. Like Belinda's in the room. There's things I don't want to say because I feel like the grandmother's in the room, but I feel like she knows. She knows. And I think she's on pretty much the same page with me on things. And just know that we're going to continue to fight for justice for these kids. We're going to continue to tell people to spread the word of these kids. Keep talking. The more we talk, like we got an update from the RCMP. Would we have got that if the internet wasn't going crazy, putting all this stuff out? You know, They need to find answers for these children, and we need to demand that they find answers for these children. We're not asking. We're telling you, we want answers for these 2 kids, and we're not going to rest until we get that. It ain't no getting off your back. It ain't no leaving the RCMP alone. We're going to stay on you until there is answers for this case. Dolly, call Nancy and we'll back you up. Missy, you know, I didn't even think about that. You know, I'm glad you said that. I do have the producer's information from Nancy Grace. Okay. Nancy hit me up when I was down there in Georgia, and she gave us information when we were at CrimeCon with Nancy. So maybe I'll shoot a message to Vinny and Nancy and try to see if we can get some of these bigger people to cover this case. And I can tell you now, you let one of them cover the case, and it's going to light a fucking fire under the RCMP. They don't want to get on Nancy's bad side. Okay. Aunt Nancy ain't no joke. Okay. She's been busy with P. Diddy, but P. Diddy's over. Right. And you know, Nancy don't play when it comes to young kids. And she is a super awesome woman, right? Like you see her on TV, she comes off a little scary, but I understand it. It's the passion that she has for these missing kids. Because I used to be scared of Nancy. I couldn't watch her. I ain't gonna lie. Now I'm probably her biggest fan because I get why she's so mad. I get why she's so angry. I get why she's controversial, right? They tell me I'm controversial. I'm controversial because I speak my opinion and tell people what I'm thinking. All right, producer. Dolly. Okay, I guess I get to eat tonight. PJ feels bad for me. She says she can tell that I'm not feeling well. So I was good up until a few hours ago. And then I just started to get like a slight headache. And I thought it was because these headphones were on my ears and it was so loud. And then I feel like I'm running a pretty good fever, right? Like I'm burning up to the touch, right? So she just ordered me some chicken soup and some water, some more water. And she told me to take some medicine and carry my ass back down in there and go lay down. So listen, you guys be good. Stay safe today. And if I feel better tonight, I'll be back for my show. If I don't, and I'm probably going to get the rest that I need. Have you eaten today? Did I eat today? No, but not eating ain't going to cause me to run a fever. Did I eat anything? I don't think I have. I don't think I have eaten anything. I got up, and shortly after getting up, I came live with you guys. So I drank a tea and some water and a soda. But other than that, yeah, I'm feeling a little rough. I can feel it coming on, like, you know, especially the fever. Take care, Dolly. See a doctor. I don't see a doctor unless it's bad. Okay, unless I feel really bad. Usually I try to man up and just relax and take it easy, get fluids, let PJ nurse me back to health. So I don't know. But I am going to get out here and go lay down. And listen, I want to thank everybody that hit up the Gibson Go, the link at the top, to help me with the trip to Florida. So I don't want to be feeling bad when I go to Florida. That's for sure. So I may have to do a little, but we still got a week before I head to Florida. So I'm going to try to take it easy, relax. And like I said, if I don't see you guys tonight, be good human beings. I know there's a lot of drama surrounding this case, but don't get in a room and fight with people, because all that does is dumb you down. Okay. Don't let people bring you to their level of insults and going back and forth with people. There's no need for that. That's not going to bring Jack and Lily home. But complete transparency and the truth, that possibly will. And remember, if nobody else does, Dolly loves each and every one of you. Okay. Even if you came in the room being crazy today, I still love you guys. Thanks for being here with us. And thank you for spreading the word of Jack and Lily Sullivan. It means the world to some of us. All right. Peace.